Okay, I think we're good to start, right, Leslie?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, great. So yeah, I mean, nothing more to say other than welcome back, everyone. And Meredith Starts will be will be moderating this discussion. Is that right, Meredith? Okay, great. But anyway, Jing Kai is here to present first. So Jing, take it away.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. So today I'm going to present direct and indirect effects of financial access on SMEs. And this is a joint work with Adam Seidel. So we know that lack of credit is widely believed to be a major growth barrier for firms. But we know very little about the overall impact of credit on firm growth, accounting for both the direct effect of borrowing and the indirect effect from peer firms who might also be borrowing. And we know especially little about the impact on small and medium enterprises. Specifically, while there's a growing number of papers looking at the impact of finance on firm outcomes, most of those papers focus on either very big firms or very small family business. Starting the impact on SMEs is important because they employ a majority of labor force in developing countries, and they can be severely financial constrained because their credit demand is too big for microfinance and they normally lack the collateral for formal funding. More importantly, very few studies explore indirect effects on peer firms of any firm level intervention, while understanding such effects can be key to measuring broader policy impacts on society. So our goal in this paper is to estimate both direct and indirect effects of improved access to credit on SMEs. To do this, we work with a big bank in China, and we randomized access to a new loan product for SMEs, both within and across local markets in China. So in this way, we created variation not only on the level of individual firms, but also on the share of peer firms who were traded. And based on this design, we seek to answer two questions. First, what are the direct and indirect effects of improved access to credit on firm growth? And second, what are the implied welfare effects? So to evaluate the welfare gains, we combine our estimates with a simple model of industry equilibrium. This paper builds on and contributes to two main literature. First, we built on the studies looking at the impacts of finance on firm outcomes. For example, Banerjee and Duvlo 2014 studies a policy change in India and shows that big firms in India are severely financial constrained. DeMar, McKenzie, and Udriv 2008 provides randomized grants to micro enterprises to estimate the return to capital. And there's also a line of research evaluating the impact of microfinance. So what we added in this paper is to not only look at the direct effect of credit, but also to evaluate the indirect effects from peer firms. Second, the paper also relates to some recent work looking at the indirect and equilibrium effects of various types of firm level intervention. So there are very few studies on this with the following few exceptions. Bloom, Schenkelman, and Verinen 2013 studies the business dealing and spillover effects of R&D in the US. Rothenberg 2017 tests the indirect effect of government subsidies on mid-sized firms in India. And McKenzie and Puto 2018 estimates both direct and indirect effects of business training program on micro enterprises in Kenya. So in this paper, we contribute to the literature by providing experimental evidence about credits' direct and indirect effects on SMEs. And we also provide a model-based welfare accounting. So here is the outline of my presentation. Firstly, I'm going to introduce the experimental design and explain the data. And then I'll go through a simple conceptual framework. Afterwards, I'm going to present the empirical strategies and the results before I conclude. Okay, so firstly, let me give you some background of the loan product. In the year 2013, the Rural Credit Cooperatives, RCC, which is one of the biggest banks in China, introduced a new loan product to SMEs in Jiangxi province, located in southeastern China. The program was targeted to clusters of firms in specialized local markets. So those are local clusters of firms specialized in some particular product categories. So for example, there are markets where most firms in the markets sell furniture, and there's also a market for building materials, shoes, etc. And the fact that the program is offered on the market level is the key innovation of the program. And there are several benefits of doing so. For example, in each market, there is a market office and a market manager who can provide rich information about local firms to the bank. And this could greatly save the screening and monitoring cost for RCC. It can also reduce the travel cost of the bank agents because they can visit multiple clients by coming to one market. And because of those cost reductions, RCC do not require any collateral for this program. They also tried to standardize the application process and make sure to make a decision in 2 weeks. So those features make the loan product very attractive to potential borrowers. If a firm decided to borrow, the maximum amount of loan they can receive from this program is 500,000 RMB. So this is about 80,000 US dollars. The monthly interest rate is about 0.7%, and firms pay interest every month, and they repay the principal in 2 years. So our main intervention is to have the loan officer visit traded firms monthly for a year. During each visit, they provide information about the new loan program, remind people about the benefits, and also help the firm to fill out all the complicated application forms if they decided to apply. So this can greatly save the application cost. So our randomization is a 2-level randomization, both on the market and firm level. Firstly, we randomly assign the 78 sample markets to 3 groups. In 31 pure control markets, we did not treat any firm in the market. In 10 half and half markets, we treated half of the firm. And in 37 majority treated markets, we treated 80% of the firms. And in both the half and half markets and the majority treated markets, the treated firms were also randomly selected. In all those 3 types of markets, we surveyed half of the firm in all markets. So this gives us a total sample of 3,117 firms. So we carried out 3 rounds of surveys, a baseline in summer 2013, right before the intervention, a midline in 2015, and we skipped 2014 to give time for firms to borrow and grow. And lastly, an end line in summer 2016. And during those surveys, we collected data on managerial characteristics, balance sheet information, borrowing from both formal and informal sources, and firm operation. In addition to this, in the past summer, we collected an additional round of data to get information on prices, firm location, and also balance sheet information. So this can help us more precisely identify evaluate the welfare gains, and also look at the indirect effect, the localized indirect effect. And we will be also able to measure the long-term impacts of the program with these additional rounds of data. So this is a photo of one of our sample markets, and this is a market selling building materials. All right, so first let's look at some summary statistics. And from this table, we can see that our sample firms are on average between 6 and 7 years old. Majority of the firms, like almost 70%, are retail companies, with another 25% in the service sector. The average number of employees is about 9, and the average profit is about 500,000 RMB. And around 16% of the business owners in our sample have previous working experience in the government, which we define them as politically connected. Only 25% of the firms have borrowed from a formal source before, and most business owners still report it's very difficult for them to get formal credit because they normally require collateral or guarantors from the government. And for those firms who did borrow from a formal source before, the average size of loan is about 300,000 RMB. And from the baseline to endline survey, we have an attrition rate of about 14%. So we can see that there's no significant difference in all those variables between the treated and the control group, which validates our randomization. And in the next table, we provide some statistics on the market level industry structure. And so here we see that on average, around 40 firms were surveyed in each market. But because we only surveyed 50% of firms in each market, so this means the average market size is around 80 firms. And then in each market, there are about 4 different industries. So here we define industries by the type of products that firms are selling. So for example, in a furniture market, firms that mainly sell bedroom furniture is defined as in a different industry from firms who mainly sell bathroom furniture. And with this definition, the average number of firms in each local industry is about 9. And we use this industry and market information to define firms' competitors. Specifically, a firm's competitor is defined as peer firms who are in the same market and same industry. So that means a firm's competitor can include firms in the same market and who are selling the same type of goods. And we calculated an inverse window index of about 14, suggesting that our sample firms are operating in a fairly competitive environment. So next, let's look at the impact of the treatment on loan take-up. So in column 1, it shows that the treated firms are about 31.8 percentage points more likely to receive loan from this new program. And this suggests a large treatment effect. In column 2, we break it down by firm and the market type. So firstly, if you look at the coefficient of the constant, it suggests that in the pure control markets, only 3.4% firms there received this loan product. And then moving to the coefficient of the interaction term between untreated and 50 or 80% markets, it suggests that for control firms in the traded markets, they are around 14 percentage points more likely than pure control firms to receive the credit. So this suggests that there can be spillover effects in the trading market, in that the control firms there might learn about the loan opportunity from the traded firms in the trading market.
Hey, Jing.
Yes.
Marcel is wondering if attrition is correlated with treatment. So whether firms that get loans and can't repay then exit or go bankrupt.
Oh, so the attrition that I showed in the previous table actually does not include the firms that got closed down. And I'm going to present the impact of the treatment on the likelihood of closing down later. Are there any other questions that I should clarify at this point?
No, right now. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so let me show you some big picture pattern of the data before I talk about the regression results. So in this figure, we plot the density of the distribution of the log sales at baseline for 3 groups of firms, including the traded firms, the control firms in traded markets, and the control firms in the pure control markets. So in baseline, you can see that the distribution is very similar, which again validates our randomization. And then 3 years later, we can see that the distribution of sales, log sales for the traded firms, which is represented by the blue curve, moved to the right. So this suggests a positive direct effect. And more interestingly, we see that the red line, which indicates the control firms in traded market, moved to the left of the green line, which is the untraded firms in the control firms in control markets. And this suggests a negative indirect effect. And this negative indirect effect could be driven by things like business dealing, like the borrower firms who got the credits may be able to reduce their price or provide better customer services, which can attract customers away from their competitors. But remember that the indirect effect can be either positive or negative in our case. It can be positive because of the information diffusion effect that I showed in the long take-up table, but it can be also negative because of business dealing. So for now, we're going to focus on the negative business dealing effect, and we're going to bring back the positive information diffusion effect towards the end when we do the IV estimation and welfare calculation. So let me pause here for 5 minutes for questions before I move on to the theory and estimations.
Great. So I think Christina Orban had a question. Leslie, is Christina able to ask it?
Yeah, she should be joining us as a panelist now.
Got it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My question was related to your first regression table, which showed, if I remember correctly, that the more intensively treated areas had actually a lower take-up on average of the loan relative to the less intensively treated market. So I was wondering whether you will talk about why that might be the case.
Mm-hmm. So actually, the coefficients here are not statistically different between those two types of markets. But the reason could be that if sufficiently big share of firms are traded in a market, like 50%, then it's already enough for the information to get diffused. So that could be one potential explanation.
No, that makes a lot of sense, but you would still expect for information to diffuse more, right? If you treat more firms, but I understand they are not statistically different. So thanks for answering.
Do you have other questions at this point? Oh,
Meredith, can I? Sorry, I'm not able to, as a co-host or panelist, I'm not sure I'm able to write in the Q&A box. Are you going to talk about, Jing, the fact that you'd expect the negative indirect effects to be very different based on whether they're competing directly against each other or not?
Whether
whether are they selling the same stuff or no? You'd expect. Yes.
So I'm going to estimate the indirect effect from competitors.
Thanks.
Other questions?
One quick comment. I find it interesting that the dispersion of growth increases significantly for the traded firms. I guess you're gonna discuss that later on.
Sorry, what?
The dispersion of growth also increases for the traded firms.
The
in the when you show the distributions. I guess it's also true that the dispersion of growth, both the positive and negative. You're gonna comment on that later. Wait, I find it an interesting result.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that later.
Perfect.
Jing, I had one question about the previous slide with information spillovers. So you mentioned in the design that one of the benefits was also that the lender could have like an office in the market and have a loan officer around. So I guess I'm wondering, should we interpret this as information spillovers, or was there kind of variation in whether there was an office or how much time the loan officer was spending around that might also?
Oh, so actually, the loan officer, they don't have an office in the market, but even like before the programs was offered, there's each market, there's a market office who is responsible of some administrative stuff of the local firms. And we actually in the survey we asked firms, where did you heard about the opportunity of this law? And among the control firms in the trading markets, in most cases we see that they say, I heard about it from another firm in the market. Yeah. So and for the loan officer, we give them a list of the firms that they should visit and ask them like, do not visit the control firms who are not on the list.
Right. David?
Sorry, just to be clear, they had an office even in the control market where you treated zero?
Yes. It's a
and that guy was told to go in every day, but he wasn't allowed to do anything ever?
No. So in the in all those offices, there's no bank agent. So it's just market officer who is responsible of, for example, registration of a new registration of firms in the market, and also they do annual check of those firms to see, like, for example, how many employees do they have, what's the main product they're selling. So this is not related with the bank. The bank agents, they need to go to the market and visit their clients. And if they want to get more information about the firm, they can ask the bank officer. So that means in the control markets, even if there is an office, the bank agent do not go there.
I see. I thought I interpreted Meredith's comment as if you look at the people who are in the true control, not only do they have less information, but also it's really hard for them to get a loan. There isn't some guy walking around every day who they can go and get forms from and who's going to be able to come around to their booth very quickly. Instead, there's a big supply difference as well.
Yeah, but if those pure control firms heard about this opportunity from other sources, they are also eligible to apply.
Yeah. So it might be interesting to look at the difference between heard about the loan and took it up, in case there's sort of a distinction between they heard about it from their neighbors, but they were also less likely to take it up because sort of the access part was.
Yeah, I can certainly compare the approval rates between the traded and controlled markets. But we also looked at the loan application as outcome for the same table, and the pattern looks very similar.
Great. So should we move on? And then I think everybody's aware, but we'll have 10 minutes for discussion and questions at the end. And if you have more clarifying questions, just put them in the Q&A during the talk.
Sure. So in order to guide our empirical estimation and welfare analysis, here we introduce a very simple conceptual framework. So this is basically a Mallet-style model with nested CES, in that monopolistically competitive firms are organized in local markets. Goods purchased in a market can be aggregated to a commodity good QM, and customers have preference over differentiated goods in each market. And we assume that the sigma, which is the elasticity of substitution within market, is bigger than theta, which is the elasticity of substitution across markets. Or in other words, we are assuming that goods are more substitutable within than across markets. We further assume that firms have constant return to scale. They produce with labor, face exogenous wage, and differ in productivity. Then we consider a treatment that increases firm productivity by a factor gamma. Or you can also conceptualize this as improvements in product quality, reduction in price, etc. And imagine if we have the treatment introduced to a share Sn of firms in a market. Then to a first order approximation, we can write the impact of this treatment on the revenue of a firm I in the following way. So the impact is composed of two items. The first item is the direct effect. And the intuition is that if a firm receives these additional credits, they will be able to improve productivity or reduce prices. And this is going to attract more customers. And the second term is the indirect effect. And the story can be similar. If more of your competitors receive the credit, then the indirect effect is stronger because more of those competitors may steal customers away from your business. So to estimate both the direct and indirect effects of the treatment on firm outcomes, here is the specification we use. So in this equation, the outcome YIT includes outcome variables such as firm sales, profits, employment, etc. And on the right-hand side, post is an indicator for the midline or endline survey. Treatment indicates whether a firm received the intervention. And post and share of competitors treated equals the share of peer firms located in the same market and who are selling the same product that were treated. And we always control for firm fixed effect in the regression, and we cluster send errors to the market level. So here there are two coefficients of interest. The first one is beta, which measures the direct effect of the treatment, and the other one is delta, which represents the indirect effect of competitors' treatment. So the first table presents the impact of the on main firm outcomes. So let's look at column 1 first. So the result here shows that from the baseline to the endline survey, firms in the pure control market experienced sales growth of about 3.7%, and receiving the treatment can generate an additional 10% growth in sales. And this suggests a large direct effect of borrowing. However, there is also a very big and negative indirect effect. And the coefficients of the interaction between post and share of competitors treated indicates that if all of your competitors were traded in the market, then this negative indirect effect almost offset the positive direct effect. And we observe a similar pattern of results on profits, employment, wage. The impact on fixed assets and like materials is also similar, but less significant. In the last column, we look at the impact on the likelihood for firms to close down. And we see that the traded firms are less likely to close down, but there's the indirect effect on shutting down is not significant. So basically, this table suggests that the treatment seems to have a large and positive direct, but at the same time, a big and negative indirect effect on main firm outcomes. So to further validate our results and also to more fully explore the nature of the direct and indirect effects, here we provide some specification checks. So the first analysis we do is like a placebo test in which we estimate the both the direct and indirect effects again, but only using the baseline data. And we are not expected to see any impacts there. So the results here shows that there's no effects of borrowing or like from competitors at the baseline. And this confirms both our within and across market randomizations. In the second specification check, we look at the heterogeneity of the indirect effect by treatment. So here we decompose the term post, multiply share of competitors treated to treated or control firms. And from this table, we see that for both treated and control firms, it seems to experience a negative spillover effect from peer firms. But the magnitude of the coefficient for the control firms is bigger than that of the traded firms. But we don't have enough power to separately identify those two effects. So in general, when we bring in this heterogeneity, the pattern of the results are similar, but we don't have enough power to estimate all those three effects. And then we, in addition to the indirect effects from competitors, there can be also indirect effect from non-competitors. So in this table, we separately look at the indirect effect from competitors and that from non-competitors. And the results here shows that the indirect effect from non-competitors is not significant. And this suggests that it is the competitors that is mainly driven the indirect effects. But we are currently cleaning up the location information of the firms, and then we will be able to do a more precise estimation of this table. So for example, we can look at like for a given firm, we have their neighbors defined, and we can estimate a more localized indirect effects from competitors and non-competitors. And then we look at the impact of the intervention on some intermediate outcomes that might have contributed to the pattern of effects that we see. So in this table, we present impact on business outcomes. So column 1 and 2 shows that while there's no impact on the number of suppliers, there is a big impact on clients. Specifically, the traded firms are attracting more clients, but at the same time, there's again a negative business dealing effect observed here. So this suggests that there seems to be like a reallocation of demand within the markets across different firms. So in order to help you understand this effect, in columns 3 to 5, we estimate the impact on some specific business activities. So here we can see that the traded firms are more likely to renovate their stores. They are also more likely to introduce more new products to improve the product diversification. And they're also spending more on the advertisement cost. So those evidence suggests that the traded firms seems to attract clients by offering better services to customers. And this is consistent with our model's logic on business theme. At the same time, there's no evidence of impact on the markup or on rents. In the next table, we look at the impact on financial and other outcomes. So firstly, from columns 1 to 3, we see that while traded firms are borrowing, are more likely to borrow from these additional credit sources, it does not crowd out their existing loans because we don't see any reduction in the likelihood of borrowing from other sources or the amount of other loans. So this suggests that those firms are credit constrained. In columns 4 and 5, we see that the traded firms are more likely to offer trade credit to their clients and also from their suppliers. So this is another evidence that the traded firms are seems to like attract customers by providing, for example, trade credit, and as another example of better services. And in the last column, we look at an indicator of misreporting, because one concern could be that our results can be driven by a experimental demand effect, in that the traded firms may think they are expected to perform better, so they would be more likely to over-report their performance data. So in order to measure misreporting during the survey, we firstly ask firms to self-report their sales, and then we, after the survey, we ask them to show us the book value of sales, and we define misreporting as the difference between those two sales variables. And here we don't see any impact of the treatment on misreporting. And in order to further help us understand like what is driving this within market reallocation of clients, we are currently looking at the price data and marketing strategies that firms used to see like firms were able to like reduce prices or offer coupons to attract more customers. In the next table, we look at the dynamics of the effect to see like whether the effect was persistent between the midline and endline survey. And here we see that there's no significant reduction in the effect towards the end of the study. Okay, so then this table presents the heterogeneity effects. And here we look at 3 types of heterogeneity by firm size, which is measured by the log employment, the education level of education of business owner, and the whether the business owner have political connection. So most of those results here are just suggestive because they are not significant. But basically, the message is that it seems like suggestive evidence that firms that were bigger or with better educated business owners or business owners who do not have political connection seems to have benefited more from the program. So lastly, we look at the market outcomes by aggregating the firm level outcomes to the market level, and then we run a market level regression. So columns 1 and 2 shows that there's insignificant effect of the treatment on both sales and profit. However, there are significant impacts on the market level from shutdown rate, renovation rate, or new product introductory rate. So this suggests that this treating a subset of firms in the market seems to generate reallocation of demand across firms, but this does not lead to significant or big gains in sales or profits at the market level. However, there are market-wide gains in firm survival, renovation, and product introduction. All right, so lastly, let me talk about the IV estimation and the welfare calculation. So remember that we mentioned the indirect effect can be either positive and negative. So here we now bring back this information diffusion effect that can generate the positive indirect effect, and we estimate those 3 effects in the same framework. So here is the regression that we use. Again, yi measures the outcome indicators of a firm I. On the right-hand side, EI is a dummy variable equaling to 1 if firm I borrowed or received the loan from the program. And ZI is the share of competitors that borrowed. So we instrument BI by the randomly assigned treatment status, and we instrument ZI using the share of competitors that were treated. And a key assumption here is that we assume the impact of borrowing by treated and control firms are the same. And the next table presents the IV results. And basically, the pattern is the same as before. We see a big and positive direct effect of borrowing and negative and significant indirect effect from competitors. Then we use the IV estimates to do welfare calculation. So here's how we calculate the welfare effects. Suppose that we treat a share S of markets, and this is going to yield a random share of ZD traded borrowers and ZU untraded borrowers. So the parameter phi here basically reflects the information diffusion among traded markets. Then the welfare gain from trading a share S of a firm as a share of market revenue can be written by the following three components. And in those in this equation, beta and delta are the IV estimates. So the first term is the producer surplus, which equals the net gain of profit, and which equals the sum of direct and indirect profit effects. So here, beta measures the direct effect and delta measures the indirect effect. The second term is consumer surplus. So here, beta divided by sigma minus 1 is a function of the productivity gain gamma. And we can think about as that firms were able to reduce prices or provide better services. And this term reflects the reduction in the cost of purchasing the current bundle. And the last term measures welfare gain from spillover, which equals any additional producer and consumer surplus from information diffusion. So for a given sigma, we can calculate all terms from our estimates. So we consider two levels of sigma here. One is 6, which equals the sales to profit ratio in our data. And the other one is a more conservative value, which is 11. And we consider two scenarios here. One is to treat all firms in the market, and the other is to treat 50% of firms in the market. So let's look at panel A first, where we assume that sigma equals 6. So if we treat all firms in the market, then it can generate a producer surplus of around 1.2% of the profit. And the dollar equivalence is about 900. And the consumer surplus equals about 19.7% of the profit. So the total welfare gain is about 20% of the profit. However, if we treat 50% of firms, then those both producer and consumer surplus reduced to a half, but there are some additional gain from spillover, which equals 3.9% of the profit. And if we use a different value of sigma, like 11, then those estimates are in general smaller, but the pattern is similar. So basically, this table tells us there's the producer surplus is very small, and this is mainly because the negative indirect effect driven by competitors almost offset the positive direct effect of borrowing. However, we do see large gains in consumer surplus, even with conservative values of sigma. And this is because in our context, the direct effects of the treatment is large, meaning that consumers value the changes made by those treated firms. And that is why we see a big gain in consumer surplus. So in addition to this, we also estimate the return on capital, and we separately estimate the private and social return to capital. And for simplicity, here we assume that we treat all firms in the market so that there's no diffusion effect. So the private return is measured by the direct effect on profits normalized by the size of loan. And we calculated a private return of 82%, which lies in between the current estimates. Like Banerjee Duflo 2014 estimate a private return of 105%, and the Demont et al. 2008 give us an estimate of 60%. In the social return, we can also consider the impact on from competitors and on consumers. So we minus the business dealing effect from the private return and add back the consumer surplus. And we estimated a social return of 114% when sigma equals 6 and 60% when sigma equals 11. And the social return is mainly driven by the consumer surplus because the private return and business stealing effect almost offsets each other. Okay, so then let me conclude. So in this paper, we estimate the impact of improved access to finance on small and medium enterprises. So we find a very big and positive direct effect of borrowing, but at the same time, also a large and negative business stealing effect and a positive information diffusion effect. And the model-based account of direct and indirect effect on firms and consumers also implies sizable welfare gains. So let me stop here and see whether there's any questions.
Great. Thanks very much, Jing. Gia, I think you had a question in the chat. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, hi Jing. So I just have a clarification question. So the share of competitor treated, so that is defined based on the product category that they're selling, right? So I think that in the market, on average, there are about 80 firms and selling 9 products. So there are about like on average 10 competitors for each firm. So I'm just, maybe I missed this. Have you shown us the sort of the distribution of that in the share of competitor treated? How is that, you know, the variation of that variable?
So actually the average market size is 80 and the average number of firms in our industry is about 18. Because in the table that reflects the number of firms that we surveyed, but we surveyed half of the firms in each market. And we have not shown the distribution, but I think that's a very good point. We should definitely look at that.
Yeah. A related question, I think it would be also nice to see the results, you know, the results on profits using the same specification as you've shown for the take-up table. You know, this fully saturated, just the experimental arms, there are 5 arms, which is nice to see that as well.
Sure, we'll do that.
Before you move on to this, you know, this finer level of variation that you have collected.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that.
Great. John, you had a question?
Yeah, can I shut the video on or? Yep.
Sure, go for it.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Hey, okay. Anyway, it's just a fantastic laboratory and experimental design to answer some really interesting questions. So I guess just your first slide, I was wondering, because you have this marginal effect on firms for productivity and then the spillover effect, which is from business stealing, which I guess you anticipated in your estimates, because that business stealing effect is going to show up as consumer surplus, right? Because that's hurting all the firms but benefiting consumers. But I guess what I was wondering is there kind of an optimal level of treatment, right? Because and you kind of show that when you treat half the firms, actually you kind of get a higher percentage of benefit than if you treat all the firms, right? But is there, from those estimates, since those two effects are almost counter each other out, like is there a way to think about like an optimal level of treatment within one of these markets?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think it would be super interesting to kind of vary the intensity of treatment on the market level to see like what's the optimal level of treatment. But in our case, because we have a limited number of markets, we only have 78 markets. So we are only able to offer 2 levels of treatment. So I guess in our case, we cannot test like what is the optimal level of treatment, but I think that is very interesting and important question for future research.
Right. I mean, I think even just from your back of the envelope estimates, right? You could, if you took the model really seriously, you could even kind of make a projection, right? Like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That we can try to see.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Victoria?
Yes, hi. Great presentation. I was just wondering if there is any interesting heterogeneity by sector. For example, if business stealing is higher in sectors where products are more homogeneous or less differentiated, and whether that can tell you something about the nature of the gains in the spillovers. For example, if it's mostly just prices being lower, maybe it's we should see more of these effects in more homogeneous kind of sectors.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, we have not looked at it so far, but we can look at the heterogeneity by different industries.
Thanks.
think we have a question from Edinson. Are you promoted yet?
Yes, hi. A good presentation. I like it so much. So, but in this case, I have a question related with the variables. I mean, do you consider other variables such as owner for education or the education in financial tools?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was wondering if you consider some other variables related with, for example, education about financial tools according to the owners.
Oh, so you mean like a financial education of financial literacy of business owners?
Yeah, exactly, yes.
Yeah, so we don't have direct questions in the survey testing their level of literacy, but we do have questions on like whether they have investment in the stock market, or like whether they have saving accounts, etc. Maybe we can also look at and if there's any heterogeneity by that.
Yes, exactly. This is my wonder because maybe it's related with how to dynamic about that. They consider the open variables. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Hi, Meredith. Could I also have a question? Jane, it's really nice result here. I'm actually quite interested in your result that it seems like the treated firms is a little bit more insulated from the competition compared with the untreated firms in your result. I've been wondering, you have an insight about what's been kind of the explanation for that, because your model is mostly a horizontal model where there's a bunch of symmetric substitution built in, which I think about, given your result, maybe there's also a vertical element there, that if I were treated, I was improving my, I'm doing the renovation and kind of move up the ladder such that makes me kind of a little bit more insulated. So wonder, if there's any such kind of a impact there, which you could build into your modeling framework. And also a related question is, when you talk about consumer surplus, I was a little bit lost there in terms of what are the sources of the consumer surplus in your current world. Is that mostly coming from more intense competition being driving down the overall price, or there's some other elements there? So these are kind of two related questions.
Thanks, Daniel, for the excellent questions. So for your first question, yes. So we think the reason of why the traded firms, the indirect effect is smaller is because they themselves receive the treatment, so they were able to borrow and make changes for their stores. So that is why, like compared with control firms who are less likely to get these additional credits, the indirect effect is smaller. And we are actually currently revising the model to incorporate that feature. And for the second question, so for now, because we have not finished the analysis which incorporates the price data yet. So for now, the consumer surplus comes from we expect that it comes from the fact that the firms might change the prices to attract more customers. But it's so the counter result is implied from the model, because we kind of model the gain of the treatment as productivity improvement, which is reflected in the profit gains. And we explain the big consumer surplus by the reason that, because we see very big profit gains on the firm level. So it must be like the firm did something good to attract those the customers there. But without the price data, we cannot with the price data, we can more precisely explain where does the consumer surplus come from.
Other questions?
Sorry.
No, I was curious about, you can comment on the effects on the dispersion of firm growth.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So I just
yeah, it turns out that we don't have the results there. So you mean like why the distribution of sales of traded firms is more?
Yeah, so if I find I guess in the histogram as well was very on the density that was very prominent, but I don't know if there's anything that you can.
Yeah, so I think that the reason could be like as the traded firms are receiving this additional amount of money, so they might invest on like riskier projects. So that could be one reason of why the variance.
It's not something that you're able to explore in the more in your later result.
Yes, maybe we can. Yeah, we'll think about how to add that in the model.
Pete, you had something?
Yeah, I was still trying to understand, whether your estimate already takes into account that there might be a return on similar investments for other firms. But to be concrete, let's think about the outside sector. Suppose the outside sector also had 100% return on these intangible investments. So is there a gain? I mean, I presume these firms are really high rates of return, these 100%, relative to a lot of their firms who are getting capital at the margin or making intangible investments. So I think there's some element of misallocation in the initial allocation, and this is improving on it, but I can't quite see whether that's already incorporated in your estimate fully.
So we are not currently estimating like misallocation, but I think that's a very interesting question to look at. And currently we are doing analysis, including like try to see what kind of whether there's any what kind of firm are more likely to borrow, and whether there's any difference in the characteristics of borrowers between the traded versus control firms or control markets. Yeah, and we are hoping that we can say something about misallocation.
Great.
So Jim, just to follow up on that, I think you showed that at baseline, a quarter of firms have borrowed previously. And so I have a similar sense of trying to understand sort of where in the productivity distribution are those firms that are able to borrow pre-treatment, and where are the firms that are then responding to your treatment. And the other comment that I had was when I look at the post dummies, a lot of the post dummies seem to suggest that these firms are expanding, their profits are rising in the control group. So this is very much sort of a growing market. And I wondered whether you have some markets which are actually declining, and you can say something more about the injection of credit into, at different phases of the business cycle that would theory predict that the impacts would be the same in a growing market as in a declining market. I guess that relates to which firms are most credit constrained to begin with. I just wanted to get a better sense of sort of that, the degree of misallocation that exists pre-treatment.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, Emer, for those great points. So firstly, we can definitely look at like whether there's any heterogeneity by them, like whether those firms were able to get loans from formal sources even before the treatment. And sorry, what's your second point?
The second point was that on average, it seems that these firms are growing in the control group.
Oh, right. Yeah. So we can, right. So we, so we can look at like separate. Maybe we can group markets to like a declining or growing markets, and then we can test the heterogeneity by that.
I guess, Jing, a related question that maybe beyond what you can answer, right, is sort of spillovers across markets. If there's kind of a net influx of spending in markets that are more heavily treated, where is that coming from, and could sort of how does that affect what we think about the welfare impact?
Yeah, so actually in my context, there's very limited spillover across markets because so we have about 10 counties in the sample, but normally like in one county, there's only one like furniture market or one building materials market. So in our context, there's not really much spillover across markets.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about it not so much as like an identification concern, but a sort of welfare statement. If this is sort of consumers reallocating their spending towards something that's now more attractive to them, that's where's that coming from?
I see. Yeah, well, we'll definitely think about that.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I've now done a bad moderator thing and pushed us 1 minute over time. So I'm gonna hand it over now to Cecile in the next session.
Okay. Thanks everyone for the great set of comments.
Thanks, Jing.
Thanks, Meredith, and thanks, Jing. So the next presenter is Daniel Xu. So Daniel, you can share your slides and then just take it away. And we'll have a pause in the middle to ask questions, as usual.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks the organizers for having our paper on the program. I'm going to talk about O-ring production networks. And this is also with Banu, Cecilia, and Kelly Yan. I believe all of them are in the audience, so they will be able to address the tough questions in the chat box along the way. Our project is broadly motivated by the seminal paper of Mike Kramer in terms of the O-ring production process. In his work, he conjectured that if there's a certain production process that involve the multiple tasks, and the value of a firm's output will dramatically decrease if a single task fails. So as a result, for the firms who produce high quality output, they will use skilled workers for all their tasks. And that they will generate within firm clustering of these skilled workers, which could explain a lot of the empirical observation that we see that, why the firms been paying dramatically different wages, including also the income levels of different countries are also very different. Being amplified, by these kind of through the initial differences and being amplified through this specific channel. If we take the Kramer's conjecture and think about the corollary of that and beyond the boundaries of the firms, then you would imagine, this could also apply in terms of the input market as well as the quality choices of the firms. And in terms of across firms, we could also expect to see the skill-intensive firms would trade more and also more often with each other. And in terms of when the firm decide on their quality choices and their skill intensity, it could also depend on the quality and the skill intensity of its input suppliers, as well as who they will sell to, okay? So these kind of inter-firm connections has been, this conjecture has been also, being proposed, for instance, by the work by Eric and with Kugler. In their paper, they provide descriptive evidence from a single firm perspective and which are actually consistent with these conjectures. What they show in their paper is that, from a single firm perspective, their input prices and output prices are often highly correlated with each other. And in this specific project, we'll extend all these previous efforts. We will embed these sources of complementarity in a firm-to-firm production network explicitly. We're going to document a set of novel empirical facts. And we'll also bring those facts into a quantitative model to investigate the role of these complementarity in terms of firms' quality upgrading decisions. So to that extent, it's also I'm very glad that Paco presented his paper yesterday because, set the stage for our work too, because it's also related, despite the fact we don't have distortions in our framework, we do have to think about the interconnection of the firm's decisions in terms of technology adoption in this setup. Okay, so just to give you a brief kind of preview of what we're going to show and what's new here. In terms of empirical analysis, we will be leveraging on this quite unique Turkish manufacturing data, which will tell us all the firm-to-firm trade based on their VAT records. And above that, we can also merge in all the financial statement data and also the employee data so that we know the skill intensity at these firm level. And we'll also also look at the custom data so that we can exploit some variation in the export market. From the firm network perspective, what we'll be documenting here is a relatively new fact, which is a strong positive assorted matching on wages across these firms. And this is happening both on the intensive margin, also on the extensive margin, meaning that high wage firms in this production network tend to match more with high wage firms, but also conditional on the match, the high wage firms also spend more on the high wage suppliers, okay? And above and beyond these cross-sectional patterns, we also try to show that from the kind of the quality upgrading perspective, the firm's decisions also respond to external shocks. So in terms of the over time variation, what we'll be leveraging on is a relatively standard shift share regression design, which we leverage on the custom data, and showing you that an increase in the idiosyncratic demand for firms' export, in particular those originated from rich countries, will lead to the firm itself to improve its wages, and also mostly coming from the firm being hiring new employees who were originally paid pretty well. And on top of that, we also see the firm suppliers' wages also going up. Coming from the suppliers' wage going up, a big chunk of that is actually coming from the fact that firm look for new suppliers who on average have higher wages than the existing partnerships. Okay, so this is showing that in terms of when the firm's been upgrading, two things been changing. The quality choice been changing. On the other hand, they're also actively adjusting their supplier network to fit to these changes. That actually motivated two new theoretical elements we're going to put into an otherwise relatively standard input-output production network model. So first of all, we will be trying to endogenize firms' quality choices, and based on this quality complementarity in the production process that we already illustrated from the cross-sectional pattern. And on top of that, we also try to endogenize firms' business partner choices coming from a search and matching model. So we'll allow them to adjust their business partners in this production network when certain shocks happen. And we'll put this model structurally to the data, and our estimation will match well all the firms' joint wage, size, and their degree, meaning the number of suppliers and the customer distribution. And we'll also be able to match the novel facts already mentioned in the previous slides in terms of their sorting in the network, and also the shift share response to the export market shocks. And the key quantitative takeaway here is that we do find there's a strong quality complementarity in the firm's input and output production network. And they also tend to search towards a business partner in the similar quality segment. And when we compare the results by looking at a common demand shifter coming from abroad to all the firms, these demand shifters serve as like a catalyst for quality upgrading in the equilibrium. So when in the general equilibrium, what we see is a fairly significant quality upgrading process given a 5% export shock. And these are also, in terms of magnitude, we see that these complementarity generate a non-trivial amplification, just also back to what Paco was talking about yesterday. So what we can see here is that these magnitude are around 5 or 6 times larger than the case when we don't have these complementarity built into the input-output network production process. Okay, so there's the papers really connected to a large literature, including quality and inputs in international trade and development. It related to the big literature about the matching among the workers and also between the workers and the firms, and also in terms of the general this fastly growing network literature using firm-to-firm data, but so far most of them are still kind of in this setting which has Higgs neutral technology, and we're bringing the complementarity into the table and embedding into these networks. Okay, so just without further delay, let me just quickly jump into the descriptive evidence. And the first fact that we try to document here is that there's a positive sorting between the buyers and the supplier wages in the production network. I'm trying to show you here is the simplest version that I can ever present. Basically, we're going to look at the wages defined by the total amount of wage bill divided by the number of workers. But just rest assured that we will do a lot of robustness checks to control for a lot of the observable and unobservable worker characteristics. If you're curious, I will show you a few additional results there. But just here, this is a very straightforward way to define the wages at a firm level. And in terms of the wage of the suppliers, what we'll be doing is try to weight the wage of the suppliers by the firm's purchases from the suppliers. So this is a weighted measure about what are the wages of your supplier paid to their workers. We intend to use these wages as a proxy to think about the skill intensity of these manufacturing firms. And when we look at the cross-section using our data, here is the result we'll be trying to show here is that how does the supplier's wages correlated with your own wage in the cross-section by controlling for a set of the firm's specific observables. And also we will be controlling for a few important fixed effect. We'll be trying to control for the location and the industry fixed effect and having a flexible control such that we will tease these things out, okay? So what you can see in the data is going to be a fairly significant positive correlation. That's the sorting pattern that I was just motivating. We see a coefficient around 0.359. And this is, if even just you look at just non-parametrically, you also tend to see a fairly straightforward upward sloping curve here. And a lot of things could happen. One thing you could be wondering is that there are other characteristics could also be sorted in this production network. It might be the firm's sales. It could be move and goes beyond the wages. So we look at a more systematic analysis about the canonical analysis about these sortings based on the other characteristics. They do exist, but generally what we can show here is that using this canonical correlation analysis, what we show that is that wage is often way more important than the other characteristics. For instance, compared with sales, the wages canonical coefficient turns out to be usually around like 4 times to 8 times larger, depending on when you were looking at the suppliers or the buyer side. Okay, so and the other detailed checks that we did is try to think about much finer location than a province. In case the supplier and the sellers being kind of located at the same place. And also we even exclude trade partners in the same province and look at only the out of province suppliers. We see very similar patterns here. Okay, so in the Q&A session, if you're curious, we can come back to this, but let me just, for the time limit, let me move on just to say, this is a fairly robust pattern that just keep appearing in our data. In fact, they're not appearing only for the manufacturing, which we'll be using. They're also very similar to all the firms, including, service firms and the retail firms, in our data. Okay, and then, back to the idea to think about, what's been driving this positive slope. We could look at the composition of the suppliers, as well as condition on the set of suppliers, whether you are purchasing more or less from each of them, right? So in the composition of suppliers, what we'll be looking at is just a simple average of your suppliers' wages. This is what we call the extensive margin. And on the composition part, this is what we call the intensive margin. In fact, what you can see is that both actually playing a role. In terms of the extensive margin, you see around 60% of the experimental power for this baseline coefficient. And on the intensive margin, you see around 40%. So both will be incorporated when we move onto the quantitative analysis of our model. Okay, so this is a cross section, but these are all at the firm level. What about in the aggregate? If we put all these data together, we could create almost like a wage-based input-output matrices. Okay, so here, what I'm showing on this slide is to think about when we aggregate all these set sorting pattern at the individual firm level, what do they show up in the aggregate? So on the column, I'm putting all the buyer's wage quantiles, and on the rows, I'm putting on the column, I'm putting all the seller's wage quantile, and on the rows, I'm putting all the buyer's wage quantile. And this is showing you the pooled expenditure data from these different groups, okay? And what you can see here is, not surprisingly, no matter which group of the buyer they are, they all prefer the inputs coming from the high wage sellers, okay? So these column 5 all account for a big chunk of each buyer's expenditure share. But what's more interesting, consistent with our sorting pattern at the individual firm level, is that when you move up the ladder of the buyer's wages, they spend more and more on the high wage sellers, right? So this column 5, is much larger than the rest of the column. But on the other hand, you can see, it's itself is also been increasing rapidly, depend on the buyer's wage. Okay, so as you can see here, this applies for not only the expenditure, also in terms of business relationships. These two patterns are all present in the aggregate. Okay, so the second fact that I'm going to document here is now based on overtime variations. How does the firm's wage respond to a positive demand shock originated from a rich country? That is going to be illuminating in terms of thinking about their quality choice decisions. Okay, so here we're going to create a relatively standard instrument that is now broadly used in the international trade literature to think about idiosyncratic shocks at the individual firm level or at the individual regions. Okay, so here we're creating this for each firm in our sample. So what we're doing here is to look at a weight, which is the XCKF. Okay, thinking about all these manufacturing firms in Turkey, they've been producing a whole variety of different sets of products. Okay, they will be exporting to a whole set of countries C, and we will be looking at is that these are the share of firms F's export of product category K to a specific import country C in the pre-period. Okay, and we're trying to use that as try to tell us the importance of a specific country product pair demand. Okay, then we're going to rely on this shift, right? In terms of how does the country C's import of this product K has been changing over time. Okay, excluding Turkey. So think about this as being the something that cannot be influenced by the supply side. It's mostly coming from the demand side. And more importantly, what we're doing here is we will be weighting this shift by the income per capita of this purchasing country. And it turns out that is very important, because you would imagine when Turkey being exporting to Germany, these customers might actually demand disproportionately high quality product compared when Turkey is being exporting to a country with lower income per capita. Okay, so given the construction of this export shock, we will be thinking about a two-stage regression. So the first stage, what we'll be doing is to looking at the change of the wages at the individual firm level and how does that respond to these export shocks. What you can see here is again of significant magnitude, which can be interpreted as, if you think about a 5% export shock will be induced around 0.21% of the firm's wage increase at its own level, right? And then you could potentially use this as an instrument by looking at how much of the firm's wage increase translated into the supplier's wage increase, and this is almost can be treated as like an IV for the second stage, right? What you can see here is around 40% of the focal firm's wage increase translated into its supplier's wage increase. So it's a non-trivial increase generated for its suppliers too. Have to emphasize that income per capita is important. That's why we should interpret these export being quality bias. If you look at unweighted export shocks, they don't turn out to be very significant. Okay, and then what constitutes the change of this? As I already mentioned, if we look at the average wage paid by the new suppliers relative to all the suppliers at the base period, a lot of that being coming from the fact that these changes of the supplier wages being coming from the fact that firms being actively adjusting to these new suppliers who's been paying higher wages. Okay, so this is something what you can identify from the export shock, and from the firm's own perspective, it's attracting a lot of new workers that's being paid higher wages than the other workers at the base period. Okay, so this is going to tell us that in terms of experiencing these export shocks, firms are actually actively adjusting both on its own quality, skill intensity, as well as the suppliers network it's been using. Okay, Okay, so and just as just wrapping up as a final fact to think about these firm networks, this becomes a relatively standard thing to look at. In particular, when you look at the number of firms customers, these are the out degree, and the number of firms supplier, these are the in degree. And what you can see here is that there's a fairly straightforward log linear relationship that these are strongly increasing in firms' own sales. Both happening for customers and for the suppliers, the sign is around 0.5. And the log linear relationship also kind of showing that in these coefficients are strictly smaller than 1. So despite the fact that the number of customers and suppliers be increasing your own size, it's way less than proportional. Okay, so bear these in mind because later when we go to the model, we can interpret this coefficient into these into the search costs that the firm will have to incur to actually acquire new relationships. Okay, so these are the end of the empirical facts. I guess I will just stop right here and to collect a few questions. And in fact, also you want to revisit some of the patterns, just go ahead.
So are there questions at this point? I don't see a question on the chat. So I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
Okay, so you show us that high wage firms tend to buy from high wage suppliers, and then you're going to write a model kind of to match this fact and others. But so why don't you look at also the other direction? Like, do high wage firms sell to high wage customers? Why take this direction and not look at the other ones? Isn't that important also for your model as a moment to match?
Yeah, in fact, we did look at that too. In fact, it's I'm only showing one side because to save some time. But because when I was showing this this matrix, we can do that both for the both from the perspective of the buyers. We can also flip that to think about from the perspective of the sellers. In fact, when we're showing the out of sample fit for the model, there'll be two matrices for the buyer, also there'll be two matrices for the seller. The similar pattern hold there.
Of positive assortative matching.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Ben Faber has a question.
Sure.
Ben, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Daniel. Hi, everybody. I had a question on the trade shock. So if I understood correctly, one of the interesting new findings is that if the buying firm, the one that's exporting, so if the exporting firm gets a positive shock from like high quality importers, then the suppliers of that firm see adjustments in their wages. So when you run that regression, do you control for the potentially direct export exposure of the supplier, since that may be correlated? That was my.
This exactly addressing your question. We did a robustness check. We control for the direct export shock for the suppliers, and we see this coefficient do not really change.
Great, thanks.
Daniel, I have a question. Sorry, I don't know how to paste the question on the Q&A. But so Daniel, I think with your rich VAT data, can you tell us more about who are these new suppliers? So in particular, are these just better suppliers supplying the existing set of inputs to firms, or these are maybe they're just like, now I want to quality upgrade. I can start to purchase better machines, advanced machines, which I have not been purchasing before. It's like in the Orin theory, I'm adding additional stage in my production, in the production line, rather than just replacing existing bad suppliers.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know whether Banu wants to chime in here. I think we haven't looked at the we haven't looked at the horizontal dimension of the suppliers in terms of whether they're coming out of an additional 4-digit industry. Most of the analysis here we've been focusing on the suppliers' own wage or quality dimension. We've been focusing on the wage as well as as long as these are kind of trading firms, we can look at their input prices, but we haven't paid attention in terms of how much product categories. But yeah, this point is very well taken. Yeah.
Thanks.
Daniel, I had a question about the cross section.
Sure.
I thought part of the motivation was that there'd be matching on quality and maybe. So I was confused when you said you wanted to potentially control for individual attributes, because I thought you would want to see that the higher skilled workers were matching. So
yeah,
basically, I'm confused about rents versus composition effects should be good here, not something controlled for, and rents might not be what you want. And it seemed like that was designed to get at rent and not.
Pete, the point is totally well taken. That's why we choose this as our baseline. You know, of course, there'll be like the whole, you know, there's also a whole literature of thinking about, you know, the wages might capture tons of like firm component that, you know, the usual suspicious, like, you know, audience would like to see, you know, that, you know, if you take out the firm component, whether these residues based on only worker component could also make these facts hold up in the data. That's what I mean. But, you know, I totally agree with you. You know, this is the baseline, you know, purely just based on wage, and this is what will be taken to the data.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Cecile,
yeah, I think you can proceed.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so now I'm just trying to introduce the model in the next 20 minutes or so. So the so a model setting will be generally pretty standard. You know, thinking about the manufacturing industry, we'll have free entry, monopoly competitive with a heterogeneous firms, and we have you know, think about also like a general input output setup. But, you know, there are a few things I want to highlight just to make sure, you know, what are new components we're actually building into this model. The first thing what we're trying to build in is that, you know, there's firms will actually draw an initial pair of capability terms. One what we call omega 0, the other one what do we call omega 1. Okay, and the omega 1 is something that is going to determine your quality choice. Okay, so the omega 1 will be translate the quality choice into the efficiency of the firm. And for those ones who are not good at producing high quality stuff, you know, the omega 1 draw will be really low, positive, negative, such that it will actually, you know, further drag down your efficiency. So this is what we call the comparative advantage in high quality. And the omega 0 is something what we call the absolute advantage, in the sense that it will just simply shift your efficiency up and down, conditional on your quality choice. This is just mostly for quantitative purpose. If you think about for the model essence, we can compress the omega 0 and just take it out. In the data, since we'll be trying to match both the distribution of the wage and the sales, and in terms of their joint distribution, we need additional 1 degree of freedom thinking about the omega 0. But the omega 1 is really the key thing that's going to determine the firm's quality choice. Okay. And this omega 2 is a curvature parameter that makes sure that despite that you have the very favorable omega 1 draw, your quality choice is always going to be bounded. Okay, and once the firm will be choosing their quality, they will have to make the production decisions. And here, in terms of the inputs, they will have to choose both labor and intermediate inputs. We will be completely, for this talk, I'll be very, very abstract on the labor side. You know, there's a separate block of model, but we don't have the time to cover that. Just think about it in terms of labor, there's a perfect sorting of the skilled workers into the high quality firms. And then, you know, that will indicate that, you know, in terms of the earnings of the workers, you know, the high quality firms will be paying higher wages. Okay, and on the input side, I'll be spend more time on. There will be a production function that will make sure that for a firm of higher quality, its marginal valuation of high quality inputs will be higher. So we're building some supermodularity such that it will give us the intensive margin of matching that will motivate it in the empirical facts. Okay, and the third block, what we'll be trying to do in here is that, as I mentioned, as I motivated, will allow firm to choose its own business partners. So we have to think about the firm search for buyers and as well as suppliers simultaneously. In this model, more productive firm will post more ads. That will rationalize that while larger firms in our data actually having more trading partners, and these ads will be directed towards your own quality, matching the extensive margin of matching. Again, just for today's talk, let me just explain that we will be hardwired this in and give you an exogenous directed probability. But we've already worked out a model and quantify a model that firms can, based on this production function, firm can also endogenously target their ads. And so far, we've seen that the results are very robust. So for the sake of time, I'm going to show you a version that this is exogenous for today. Okay. All right. So this is just the roadmap, and then let me just walk you through some of the key pieces and just backwards. Okay. So first of all, let me just introduce the production function, give you the intensity margin of the sorting. Okay. So this is an otherwise fairly standard input aggregator, just like in yesterday Paco's paper. You can think about firms will be using this composite input in terms of the intermediates by putting all these suppliers output together. Okay, so that this is supply omega. In the standard model, you don't have the Q here because this Q is going to be this producer's own output quality. So in this model, what we'll be trying to talk about is that there's this phi-y function, which is govern how a producer with own quality Q value the quality of its suppliers. And the fact that this phi-y is going to be supermodular, meaning that if I'm looking at the same two suppliers, Q2, whose Q2 is larger than Q1, the difference of their marginal valuation will be increasing in my own quality. Okay, and that's going to be driven the fact that in terms of conditional same sets of suppliers, I'll be purchasing more from high quality supplier if I'm high quality myself. Okay, so this is the one very important component in our model that we introduced. The second thing is obviously will be lead to the next slide is that typically in the model this set of the suppliers are assumed to be everybody, right? So here, because we're going to take this to the very detail from data, we have to explain the fact that you are going to only doing business with a very small set of firms within this network. So now we're going to endogenize this omega to be the set of matched suppliers in the next slide. Okay, so here, going to the firm's problem, they will be posting ads V to find customers, and they will be posting ads M to find their suppliers. When they're posting these ads, they will have to take two things as given. There's this demand shifter DQ, just like in standard models, and there will be also this cost shifter CQ. Okay, so these two are equilibrium objects, and these are fairly crucial things that I will come back later to them. So the DQ will summarize the chances for you to be matched up with other buyers and how much they're going to be purchasing from you. And the fact that the other buyers would prefer different quality suppliers differently would make that D will depend on your own Q. Okay, so, and very similarly, CQ will summarize the chances you will bump into the other suppliers. And the fact that you will value those suppliers differently because of your own output quality means that this CQ typically will be a cost shifter coming from the intermediate inputs, will be also quality specific, which will be CQ. Okay, and the V and M will actually just giving you this intensive chance that you will be start to match up with on both sides. Okay, so when you put these things together and impose the constant markup, the model will be telling you that you will be trying to post enough ads to optimize your static profit here. Okay, so the prediction of this will be implying is that the mass of these ads and also the resulting matches will be a log linear function of the total sales of the firm, consistent with the empirical facts I have just showed you, and the coefficient of that mapped straightforwardly into the curvature of the search cost function. Okay, so just to sum up, in terms of the firm's profit and the revenue, it will depend on two things. One is a profit shifter, pi q, that indirectly depends on these two equilibrium objects, DQ and CQ. And the other one is your efficiency, right? So when you look at this, it differs from an otherwise standard think about heterogeneous firm trade model like Maritz on two aspects. First of all, the shifter is quality specific, right? And the second thing is the Z is to the power of gamma times sigma minus 1 instead of only sigma minus 1. So what happened to this gamma? The gamma is really just depend on the search cost coefficient. Gamma is telling us intuitively, in our model, the more productive and high quality firms will tend to search more, and then that will just magnify their initial advantage, such that we don't need as dispersed a Z or Q distribution to explain the concentration of cells in our production network, okay, based on this search and matching protocol, okay? And just to give you a bit, since we have a bit more time, just to think about, how this matching been happening. This is a fairly standard, like a random matching model, but the only thing that's going to happen is that, when you coming from a specific Cartesian segment as a firm, you will start to send ads to all the different Cartesian segments, okay? And then, what's going on here is that you will be this line thicker, meaning that the ads you send to the the Cartesian segment closer to your own quality will be stronger, and the other one will be will be thinner, meaning that they'll be less, right? So this relationship will be governed by this function phi v. And once you aggregate all these ads together, we can calculate a quality segment specific market tightness, and which will govern the probability you will be matched up with your business partnerships in this setting, okay? I don't have time to go into the details here, but just give you a brief idea about how these matching will be happening, conditioning on the firm's decisions. Okay, so now finally, once you matched up and you know that the DQ and CQ gets realized and you have this pi Q and Z, you can make your optimal quality choice, right? This is just a simple first order condition. What you are doing is trading off the quality versus your efficiency. And one thing I want to emphasize here is that all these quality choices actually interact through this potentially endogenous and the continuous function DQ and CQ, which is already wired into this profit shifter pi Q. Okay, so then just define the equilibrium in otherwise standard way, and we can basically close the model. Okay, so just to sum up, what coming into the model in terms of this this big matrix I've already showed you, which is quality biased. What explain the extension margin? What explain the intensity margin? On the extension margin, what we have is all these phi v function coming from the directed ads, and think about the upstream link of a firm itself of quality Q. The measure of its own input suppliers of Q1 relative to Q2 will be depending on how much ads these supplies being sending out, which is summarized by this big V, and also depend on the phi v, which is how much of these ads will land into this specific segment Q. Okay, and these two objects will give us the relative extensive margin. On the relative intensive margin will depend on the price indices, as well as this phi v function, which we introduce into the production structure. And when you group them together, this gives you the quality specific input output structure, right? Coming from the phi v ratio, coming from the phi y ratio, and the overall price index in this economy. Okay, now we're gonna just put everything together and try to think about how to take that to the data. The final building block is, I just showed you the closed economy. It's really easy to extend to the open economy. We don't have enough time, but just think about this as being just a demand shifter coming from the export market that is quality biased, such that the export will lead to quality upgrading, and we'll be able to just quantify the rest of the parameters and the thinking about the model identification. Okay. So estimation, there are a few parameters that we don't need to directly estimate, including the input shares. This will be coming from the aggregate data. These are manufacturing inputs, and there are some service inputs. Then, as I already mentioned, that the elasticity of the number of suppliers with respect to the customer to sales will directly give us the search cost parameter coming from our reduced form. Okay, and then so far we've been setting like a relative standard high value sigma coming from the broad and one standard range, but here we can do some robustness. Okay, so the model parameter we will try to quantify using method of simulated moments coming from the first three are really key, right? This new V which will give us the sorting on the extensive margin, this new Y, which give us this, the supermodularity in the production structure of how complementary the quality of the firms are, and this matching efficiency kappa, which kind of give us the magnitude of the number of business partners you can have within this network. And then we're also trying to get the fundamental firm capability when you enter and draw from. These are just the bivariate normal coming from this omega 0 and omega 1. And the curvature term omega 2 is going to govern the technology choice of the firms. And this turns out to be also a fairly crucial parameter that we will need to identify. Okay, so briefly about the identification about this model, we're going to use 39 moments. Okay, so in terms of kappa, which is the matching efficiency, we will be just using the number of suppliers and number of customers of the firms in our data, and also spreading them out, thinking about condition on your own wage quantile, what this number will be. Okay, so we have a lot of data points that can tell us about it. And the rest of the parameters, including how heterogeneous the firms are, we will be trying to match the share of the total network sales and the standard deviation of the sales condition on each wage quantile. And the more importantly, these three are very crucial. Okay, so the new V, what we'll be doing is trying to replicate a version of our sorting regressions, right? We'll be thinking about condition on your own wage quantile. What does the unweighted and the weighted wage of your suppliers? So these are the 8 key moments that are going to tell us about the new V and new Y. And we're also going to shock the firms in our model using the same shift share IV, and we're trying to match the response of the firm in terms of their wages to pin down this omega 2. Okay, so remember that the omega 2 is going to tell you what's the curvature of this upgrading cost, right? Once you shift the demand of the firm, they will be endogenous responding to that, and that will exactly tell us what these omega 2 will be. Okay, so our model have no problem fitting, the estimates having no problem fitting all these moments using 11 parameters. And also back to what Cecile was asking me, in terms of these aggregate firm to firm trade moments, we didn't directly target to them. These are the in the aggregate, how much expenditure and number of suppliers coming from the buyer's perspective, coming from the different wage quantiles of different suppliers, right? So on the left-hand side, this is data. On the right-hand side, that's the model. We match that almost perfectly. And we can do the same for the seller. The model have no problem matching any of these despite not directly targeting them. Okay, although I hope I have really conveyed the intuition that it's fairly closely tied to our micro sorting patterns. Okay, so just to interpret these coefficients a little bit, what do we find? What we find here is that when you look at the share of ads coming from these sellers, if I'm looking at if I'm comparing the specific seller, right, and the coming from the top quality 5 Q5, let's say this is top quality, and how much of that lands into the lowest quality customer segment, lowest quality segment, that's only 9%, right? And in its own quality segment, that's around 62%. So there's the ads been spreading out, but the chance you're matching up with your own quality segment is way higher than the other ones. And in terms of intensity margin coming from the production function valuation, again, think about 2 sellers. Let's ignore the price, but just think about these 2 sellers, one coming from the highest quality quantile and the other coming from the lowest quality quantile. Not surprisingly, you're going to prefer the highest quality quantile guy than the lowest quality quantile, but this difference will be 6 times. If you yourself is low quality, but difference will be doubled to be 12 times if you yourself were actually high quality, right? So this is giving you a sense about how strong the complementarity is in the production structure that we estimated. Okay, once we get them all together, we are ready to do our final counterfactual, is to think about, so far we've been looking at if there was a common demand shifter change about 5% to all the firms, what comes back into this equilibrium structure, right? So I think this is a pretty natural thing to do because, remember that when we were looking at the idiosyncratic shock to individual exporters, we see a wage change around 0.1 0.2% on average in the model and in the shift share regression. So this is without any equilibrium amplification effect, right? So, but when we were looking at this happening to the firms and through this input-output connection and the complementarity, we see that these wages at the individual firm level for the exporters increased by about around like 2%, 1.7%, and is even for the non-exporters, it will increase by 1%, right? The fact that it increased by almost 5 times larger for the non-exporters compared with the idiosyncratic shock case itself is actually interesting. And let me show you a little bit detailed mechanism about what's going on there. Now let's zoom in and focus on the non-exporters in our model. So remember that for these firms' quality choice decision, this PyQ curve is going to be very crucial. Okay, so here what we're doing is to plot this PyQ curves changes. We look at the counterfactual versus the baseline, and this is going to be the relative change of this PyQ for the firms at different quality segments. Okay, what you can see here is that for the high quality segment, this PyQ actually went up. For the low quality segment, this PyQ went down. So the slope of PyQ got more steeper, and that's exactly the reason why you see even for these non-exporters, they tend to upgrade, right? So but what contributes to that steeper slope? 2 things are happening. Let's decompose this into the CQ and DQ, right? Remember, this is no more than just like composition coming from the input side and coming from the demand side. So coming from the input side, what you can see here is that this is going up, meaning that we're kind of flipping this around. Basically, we're trying to say lower cost is actually good. So this is contributing to the profitability. Okay, so this is getting better for everybody. But despite the fact that the high quality firms, non-exporters, been benefiting more, the reason is that now the exporters been facing higher quality demand abroad, they were upgrading, right? And then they expand their size and also increase their search effort. That makes it high quality inputs getting more abundant in domestic market, and that benefits the domestic producers who's been producing high quality, right? So this is coming from the cost side. The demand side is more interesting because the demand side is not unambiguously good for everybody. What you can see here is that while the exporters been expanding, 2 things happen. First of all, they were of higher quality, so they demand more. And because of the complementarity, these firms, these domestic firms, they were facing higher demand and they will be benefiting, right? But on the other hand, the price indices is going down because the exporters been expanding. The standard channels in any of these standard trade models happening that the domestic market gets more competitive. And as a result, you see the lower quality guys actually facing more competition in the output market and their profitability going down. So combine the demand and the cost channel, you can see here is that because of this complementarity, you have this PyQ term get more steeper, even for non-exporters, and increase their upgrading motive. Now let's just wrap up to see, let's contrast for the no complementarity case, right? So what we did is we actually put everything together, look at heterogeneous firms, call it upgrading, but just take out these 2 components, nu V and nu Y. We recalibrate our model to match all the other network features of the data. What we can see here is that that's exactly just similar intuition for the non-exporters. This curve is getting very much flat. Okay, so the only thing that's happening in this non-complementarity case turns out quantitatively is not that different from the fact that only the exporters are responding to these shocks and it's generating very little amplification in the domestic markets. Okay, so I hope I can convince you that to think about this technology adoption and upgrading, called upgrading decision, by kind of incorporating this complementarity is very useful. And also we provide empirical evidence for the existence of these channels. So what are the next stage kind of to look at? And from like a big picture perspective, the American country has traditionally relied on these trade integration as an important pathway for technology adoption. I think our paper hopefully show you that even a moderate increase of quality bias in the export bundle could influence domestic produced technology choice. But this amplification relies on domestic foreign search matching frictions, which we still model in a relative stylized way. I think this is some policy that could target these areas, could be potentially be fruitful. And the other reason to think about policy, we just had a panel yesterday. I think if we also can try to explore the fact that if there was some external return to scale in terms of the kind of the skill intensive production, like in Federbaum and like Cecile's work, like in Davis and Dingle, then there's also there's additional scope for export subsidy, and we're still looking at additional counterfactuals to kind of look more into the quantitative magnitude of those things. Okay, I guess I will just stop here.
So thanks a lot, Daniel, for a great presentation. So now we're going to open the floor to questions. If you have questions, you can also use the Q&A box and we'll give you the opportunity to ask it. And first off, Chad Jones had a question. So Chad, okay. I think, yeah.
Oh, great, thanks. So Daniel, I really enjoyed your framework. I think it's a really nice contribution. I guess in thinking about it, I wanted to encourage you to do something that you already mentioned at the start of your presentation, which is kind of merge what you're doing with what Paco was doing yesterday and think about misallocation in your framework. And I guess one of the reasons why I think it would be especially interesting is when I was looking at this, misallocation and an input-output structure with some complementarity before, what I found is that I was surprised that complementarity ended up in equilibrium having a pretty small effect. And it hinged on how substitution and complementarity interact. And I didn't have a very sophisticated model of substitution, but it seems like you've got a great nice micro-founded model of substitution. So this notion that you could submit more ads and search harder, just seems great. So I really like the fact that, in my view, how substitution, if one of your suppliers gets screwed up, how easy is it to go find another supplier? That was exactly the key question. And you've got a rich model of that. So I think it'd be great to look at misallocation in this framework and see how it matters.
Oh, wait, yeah, thanks a lot, Chad. Yeah, that's exactly one direction. After seeing Paco's work, and I've already started talking to my closet, I think this is really an exciting direction to explore. Yeah.
So David Atkin had a question.
Okay.
Hi, Daniel. Very nice presentation. Just one thought. It seems your data is super rich, so rich that you actually have pretty detailed data on advertising expenditure by these firms. So, you can categorize firms in the advertising industry and you know how much is transferred to them. Obviously, it's not going to be broken down by who your ads are pitching to, but it seems like those are extremely useful moments that you remarkably have data on.
Okay, yeah. We will explore that direction. Thanks. Yeah.
Eric, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Very good, nice presentation. One thing I was wondering about is about sort of crowding in product space, which when you have sort of CES, you don't have a lot of that, right? So in a sense, it's easy for everybody to upgrade quality because there's not a lot of crowding in the in the quality space, and so your model feels a little bit kind of stacked towards encouraging upgrading because you're going to have more people supplying high quality inputs, and then but the domestic guys, there's always market there for them in the in producing higher quality stuff. And so I guess I'm wondering, it would be a different, framework, but I'm wondering if you have thoughts about how that might change the predictions of your framework.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I think indeed, I think there's there is some crowding force going on. I have to clarify. That's exactly coming from the matching market. The fact that because we have this quality in different segments, and the tightness of the market does depend on how much ads being thrown into there, and it does actually sort of indirect creating some congestions in terms of there's some offsetting forces in terms of it's true that everybody wants the high quality stuff, but on the other hand everyone being throwing a lot of ads there to be matched with each other. So there's some force that you had on mind there possibly, but other than that, I do think it's true that we don't have the CS, just like the CS, we don't have the standard kind of capacity or the other richer forces there, but we will definitely think about it. Yeah.
So can I pick up that question?
Oh sure, yes, Cecilia, yeah, you should chime in, yeah.
Okay, so Eric, it is true in the model that TES does have a competitive effect and the price index decreases. So conditional and matching, you would actually sell less because the market becomes even producing higher quality because you there's more competition in that market. But so the exporters get larger, they have more input suppliers, they get cheaper. And the price index brings that down conditional in the matching. But the probability of matching with a high quality increases so much that the demand goes up there. So we do have that. The one thing about crowding that we did some experiments with, and it really matters, is that the exercise that Daniel showed is with perfectly elastic labor supply. If the market for skilled workers gets tighter, then there's really a big discouragement to, if the skill premium goes up, a lot of the effects of the model goes out, which I think makes a lot of sense with the Chinese, with the East Asian heavy investments in education. You need that for firms to really upgrade.
Yeah. Good, thanks.
Marcel Fachon had a question.
Yes, thanks, Danielle. Excellent paper, really interesting. I had a question that's motivated by the first part of your presentation, which is about the correlation between wages and across suppliers, and but we also know that wage is correlated with firm size. So throughout, I was trying to understand when you presented the structural model, where identification of quality comes from, and you didn't really, I didn't get a sense of where the quality is measured directly in your data, so that you have an independent measurement of quality, or the quality is just basically proxied by wage rate.
Yeah, thanks, Marcel. Yeah, so just I think your question has two parts. One is that you'll be more thinking about these exercises when you think about wage are also related to size. So whether the correlation itself being truly captured the wage correlation, or it's also partially determined by size. So I think I flashed through these slides really, really quickly at the beginning because I wouldn't worry about time. But this is something that we look a lot into, and we often find that when we were doing a cost race between the sales and the wages. By the way, just go directly to address your question. There is also a part of sorting in sales. It's not as strong as the wages, but it's there. So we did two things. One is we do a horse race, and here we were showing that based on the fact of the wage and sales, the wage often kind of stand out as the most important determinants in terms of sorting. And back to the model part, indeed, I think you were exactly right. And I should have been more clean. What we did is a Roy sorting model of the labor into the sorry, maybe I'm just flipping through my slides. I should say that in words. So we had a Roy sorting model of the skilled workers sorted into different firms of different quality. That's why in our model's perspective, quality equals to wages, just because all the perfect sorting of the labor force. So in all the identification, we use the wages as a proxy for quality. We could use different things, back to maybe, you're a little bit more suspicious about whether wage does capture quality. One additional exercise we did here, hope to show you, is to, for some of the exporting firms, we see their demand shifters, meaning that, we can follow some work in international trade. Eric has been contributed to that also, in terms of like Amicandawal. Here we're basically looking at the using the export data for these firms. We've been creating the quality measures based on the demand shifters of these exporters, and we see and then plot them in terms of the wages as well as the average supplier wages. It turns out to be also highly correlated. And through the Lancer model, we've all been using wages and calling that quality, but we believe that related to the empirical measure of quality, it's very highly correlated.
Right. Maybe just correlate a small follow-up question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking for the production function. I couldn't work it out. There's so many moving parts. Does quality mechanically generate a larger firm? Because I was reading a magazine on guitars this morning, and I remember that it reminded me that some of the best guitars are produced by very, very small producers. So
Right.
this is simulation.
Yeah, exactly.
A very small firm. So, but it's
yeah.
mechanically in your model. You happen to have a size
No.
correlated.
That's exactly why you remember I motivated to say we need two-dimensional heterogeneity, which is there's omega 0 and omega 1. So you could have a very high quality, but you have a very bad draw of omega 0. Right. And that will generate a randomness, right? Because we know that if we only have omega 1 in our data, we'll have perfect sorting of wages into the cells, which is far from reality. That's the reason why we introduced additional omega 0. And that will explain that you could have high quality firm, but with small size.
Thanks a lot, Daniel. Unfortunately, there's a few more questions, but we don't have time for them. So I encourage you to maybe answer them offline. Really sorry about that. So we are going to meet again, I think, in 30 minutes. And I mean, I don't know, or maybe you guys can keep on talking. I don't know how that works, but the official, time is over. So thanks, Daniel.
All right, thanks a lot, Cecilia. Yeah, I'll be happy to take any question, either by email or any other means. Okay, thanks.
Danielle, every time I see the paper, there's something new I'm interested in. So that's a good sign.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, we've been getting great feedback. So we try to incorporate as much as we can.
Yeah, that's great.
Great paper. I will send you an email with comment, Daniel.
Oh, okay. Thanks so much, Paco. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot we can learn from your
totally.
paper yesterday too.
It's very nicely complementary.
Yeah.
I had to run for the afternoon to do a discussion in a conference, but I will be hopefully back.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Yes.
All right, good seeing you. Yeah.
Then
Hey, Felipe.
Hi, Dave.
How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Yeah. Thanks for doing this.
No, thanks for for accepting the paper.
Yeah.
Very excited to present here.
My pleasure. So we'll probably just start right on time, 3 minutes.
Okay. Should I share my screen already, or?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Make sure it works. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, it's 6:30 where I am, 10:30 I guess where some are in California, and we better get started. So our next session will be a paper by Felipe Brugués. For those of you who might not know, Felipe is a PhD student who's on the job market this year. So our format will be the same as we've done so far. Somewhere around halfway through Felipe's first 50 minutes, he'll take a little pause, welcome people to ask questions out loud. And if you have any urgent questions in the intervening time, feel free to send them to me over the Q&A, and I'll ask them out loud if we think it's necessary. But then after those 50 minutes, we'll have 10 minutes for the usual further out loud Q&A discussion. So Felipe, please take it away.
Cool. Thank you, Dave, and thank you everyone for being here. As Dave said, I'm a PhD student at Brown, and this is my job market paper titled "Take the Goods and Run: Contracting Fictions and Market Power in Supply Chains." I want to start from the observations that intermediate input markets in developing economies tend to have highly concentrated sectors, meaning that the sellers have significant market power. At the same time, these markets tend to also lack strong contractual protections, implying that trading partners need to rely in sources other than the formal court system to enforce their agreements. And these two frictions together, the seller market power and the weak enforcement of contracts, indicates that we are in a second best environment. The theoretical literature and the empirical literature has highlighted self-enforced relational contracts as common solutions to contracting frictions. However, in this paper, I want to ask how efficient are they in general, and specifically how efficient are they as second best solutions? And this is important for policymakers to know where to put efforts for reforms. And related to this, how do they compare to one-sided best practice institutions, such as, for instance, pushing for perfect third-party enforcement? The reason why this is unknown dates all the way back to the theory of second best of Lipsey and Lancaster, which says that in the presence of multiple frictions and eliminating only one is going to have an ex-ante undetermined effect. So in this paper, I'm going to use theory and new data from Ecuador to quantify the efficiency of the self-enforced contracts and study the effects of best practice policies. I'll do this using the setting of Ecuador because it has highly concentrated markets. One way to think about concentration is using the Herfindahl-Hirmage index. And for the manufacturing sectors in Ecuador is around 0.6, which is way above the threshold used for by the US Department to think about concentration, which is 0.25. At the same time, Ecuador also has weak contract enforcement, and this is revealed through in-depth interviews I conducted in the field with managers that indicate that the core system is not often used in practice. One of the main reasons is that it's remarkably slow. It may take around 2 years to solve a medium-sized claim case. And at the same time, these interviews highlight an interesting asymmetry in the enforcement issues, which is that situations where the buyers may take the goods and run in the sense of defaulting on trade credit debt may be more common than situations where the seller cheats on quality and simply takes the money and run. So I'm going to be concentrating in strategies where the buyers are the ones that can act opportunistically. Before showing you exactly what I do in the paper, I think it's interesting and useful to think about how these two frictions interact. And just thinking about seller market power first, the idea here is that the seller will just try to extract as much surplus from the buyer as possible. And in the graph here, I'm showing you such a relationship where the seller is able to extract all the surplus from the buyer throughout the length of a relationship. Once you introduce the contracting friction and in contracting friction of the take the goods at once strategy, this is going to limit how much surplus it can be extracted. If the seller extracts way too much and leaves no surplus on the table for the buyer has no incentive to repay their debts. For that reason, the seller is now forced to offer some more surplus to the buyer, and in this way, to incentivize the payment of debts. However, this stationary contract here in the red line might not be the optimal contract because the seller, if allowed to price discriminate freely across time, may use some dynamics carrot to incentivize the payment of debts in a way that is profit maximizing. Extract a lot of surplus early on and promise higher surplus in the future to incentivize the payment of debts and to maximize their profits, the lifetime profits. So I'll think about these forces in Ecuador, and I'll introduce a new intranational transaction level data set of firm-to-firm trade that has information on the prices and quantities at the transaction product level. One may think of this as kind of like the Nielsen data set of firm-to-firm trade for some firms in Ecuador. This data set also collects information on the payment modality and allows me to see whether the transaction was paid in cash or paid by finance via trade credit or other alternative methods. With this data set, I document novel facts that relate to the example discussed before. The first thing is that most trade is conducted via repeated relationships and via trade credit, indicating that we are in situations where the take the goods at once strategy may be feasible. At the same time, I document a backloading dynamic where you're going to see the surplus continuously shifting in favor of the buyer as a relationship ages, in the sense that prices are going to decrease and quantities increase as a relationship ages. Lastly, I also document evidence of seller market power in any given age of the relationship, but showing that there is quantity discounts, price discrimination in the sense of larger orders will receive lower unit prices. And I'll think about these facts and I'll think about the frictions through the lens of a new model, which I'm going to develop and estimate by introducing the two main frictions in the following way. The first way is I'm going to try to capture the dynamic discounts observed, the quantity discounts observed in the data. To do that, I'll use a price discrimination model that is going to generate these quantity discounts by considering private heterogeneous buyer tastes across the different buyers. You may think of this as like a buyer might be better suited to have a particular supplier, and there's some heterogeneity across this, and the seller will try to elicit this private information. I am going to capture the backloading of prices and quantities by thinking about the take the goods and run strategy, where the buyer could simply default on their debts. And there's going to be a mechanism where the seller is going to try to discipline this behavior and incentivize the payment of debt through the use of a limited enforcement constraint. The intuition here is that the seller is going to withhold trade in earlier periods and encourage trade in later periods to incentivize the payment of debts. With the estimated model at hand, I'll answer two research questions. The first one is, how efficient are long-term relationships? The answer to this question is that they are actually trading new relationships that are trading at inefficiently low level and estimated to be around 70% their best level, meaning the one that maximizes the joint surplus. However, I also find that relationships tend towards full efficiency as a relationship ages. Then related to the second question about what would happen if a policymaker were to push for best practice institutions, I performed counterfactuals that analyze what would happen if we were to remove each of the constraints alone. And in a classic spirit of the theory of second best, I find that this would actually lead to welfare losses relative to the second best equilibrium. However, by fixing both frictions or releasing both frictions in some ways, there's potential welfare gains to be generated. My paper relates to three main literatures that I want to discuss now. The first one is the theory of imperfect contracting and lending. And relative to this literature, I'm introducing a new model that allows for the limited enforcement of contracts, but it considers the situation where the seller has market power. My paper also relates to empirical studies of imperfect contracting. And relative to a bulk of the literature here that is focusing on seller opportunism, I'm going to concentrate on buyer opportunism and perform a structural estimation that will allow me to recover the model primitives for the welfare analysis. Lastly, my paper also relates to the theoretical and empirical literature on non-linear pricing. And relative to the literature, I'm going to offer a generalization of static price discrimination for dynamic price discrimination. So the rest of the talk is as follows. I'll give you a little bit details of the data that I'm using and show you the stylized facts. I'll then present the model in a little bit of detail because it's a model that is a little bit non-traditional. It's more kind of like non-linear pricing than trade model. So I'll discuss the details of that. And then I'll open up the floor for questions. After that, I'll continue briefly sketching identification and estimation strategy, showing you the estimation results of the model primitives and answering the two research questions related to efficiency and to the counterfactuals for best practice institutions. So the data that I'm using is a new electronic invoicing data for Ecuador that collects all the domestic sales for 2016 and 2017 for 107 manufacturing firms in the textile, cement products, and pharmaceutical sectors. These 107 manufacturing firms were all available in the government offices for these years. This data set collects information of prices and quantities at the product transaction level, the payment modality at the transaction level, and for the purpose of the exercise presented here, I'm going to aggregate the information rather than looking at transactions. I'm going to aggregate at seller, buyer, year information. It's worth noting that the data set has pretty good coverage. It covers on average 94% of all reported sales reported through other different sources to the tax authority. Given that my panel is relatively short, I'm going to use information from yearly VAT firm-to-firm data to get measures of the age of our relationship, of course, with censoring. And I'm going to use information on the total expenditures and the wage bill for the sellers to have some measure of the average cost of production for the sellers. So moving on to the three facts that I want to show you. The first fact is that most trade is conducted via trade credit. Here on the x-axis, we have the years of the relationship, and on the y-axis, the share of buyers in a given age group that receive trade credit during their transactions. As you can see, the overall level of trade credit usage is pretty high, and even new relationships are financed disproportionately via trade credit. So around 85% of the buyers use trade credit to finance their operations. And these suggests that we're in a situation where the take the goods and grant strategy is feasible and where the buyer could act opportunistically. The second fact is the one related to quantity discounting. On the x-axis, I'm showing you the quantile of quantity being purchased, and on the y-axis, I'm showing you the average standardized log unit price paid by a buyer. The standardization process, what I simply do is basically from every transaction, I net out the yearly product-specific fixed effect, and then aggregate to obtain averages for each specific buyer. Under this standardization, I'm basically netting out possible quality differences across buyers. As you can see, regardless of the different ages of the relationships, there's a clear downward sloping relationship indicating that higher quantities receive lower standardized unit prices. And as a benchmark, a 10% increase in quantity is associated with a 2% decrease in the price. The third fact that I want to discuss is the one of the dynamics. So first, starting with prices. Here, I'm showing you on the y-axis, the standardized log unit price again. And on the x-axis, the age of a relationship. Here, there is, given that I have a short panel, I'm showing you the cross-sectional variation. And in this cross-sectional variation, all the relationships receive lower standardized log unit prices, even after controlling for the possible quantity discounts using a flexible spline in quantity. And as a benchmark, a 5%, 5 years of relationship are going to see a 2% decrease in the price. It's worth noting that I conducted a bunch of robustness checks thinking about like panel dynamics using the short panel, and the overall pattern holds under different robustness checks. Lastly, also related to dynamics, quantities are shown to increase as relationship ages. So older relationships are going to consume more of the same more quantity of the same product than younger relationships. So as a summary of the main facts, most trade is through trade credit, meaning that we're with the take the goods upfront strategy. There's price discrimination in quantity discounts, and there are these backloading dynamics that our model would like to capture. So I'm going to now move to the model and explain how I'm going to capture these specific dynamics. The quantity discounts are going to be captured through a common nonlinear pricing incentive compatibility model, where there's going to be buyer hidden type. You can think of this hidden type as maybe like the buyer knows what type of product the seller sells, and they already also know what are the future plans of their own investment from now to the future, and therefore there's this hidden information about how valuable the seller is to the buyer. By having this, the seller is going to try to pretend, is trying to prevent high types from pretending being low types, and will offer them lower unit prices, thereby capturing the quantity discounts. With respect to the backloading of prices and quantities, I'm going to capture this to the limited enforcement constraint, which, as mentioned before, is going to try to prevent the buyer from behaving opportunistically by offering increasing shares of surplus as the relationship ages. In this way, the value of the relationship for the buyer is the one that is disciplining their behavior. That is, this is a self-enforced relationship. The model that I'm thinking in particular is as follows. I'm thinking about a principal agent model where the seller is the principal and the buyer is the agent. They're going to meet at random and have the opportunity to trade forever. In the paper, I do consider the possibility of exits, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll continue with this assumption. There's going to be a per specific time period tau, which starts whenever a buyer and a seller meet, and they start at 0. There's going to be a common discount factor delta. Quantities being supplied by the seller is Q, and the transfer that the buyer needs to pay back to the seller in exchange of the good is called T. The payoffs of information are as follows. The buyer is going to have a gross return of consuming Q units, which is simply their type theta multiplied by a function B evaluated at the consumption level Q. The buyer type theta is assumed to be privately observed at the beginning of the relationship and to be fully persistent. This idea of fully persistency is because I have a very short panel. So in my model, that's kind of, even if you would allow it to be markup, it's basically the same idea. However, although the type is privately observed, there's going to be a common knowledge about the distribution and the bounded support of these types. There's going to be base return function v, which is going to assume to be strictly increasing and strictly concave. I assume the seller has a constant marginal cost C, and I normalize the outside option of buyer or seller to 0. Then thinking about the lifetime payouts, if you define a trade profile of quantities and tariffs, Q and T for the whole length of the relationship, this is going to give the following payoff. To the seller is just simply going to be the discounted stream of profits, which is defined as the difference between the payment received and the production cost. And to the buyer is going to be the lifetime discounted net returns of like netting out from the gross return, the transfer that needs to be paid back. In order to figure out what is the optimal kind of combination of quantities and transfers that is going to maximize the lifetime profits of the seller from each buyer, I'll think about this as a direct mechanism problem where the seller is going to come up with a combination of quantities and transfers for each type that is going to maximize their lifetime surplus. The seller is going to have commitment over this mechanism and is going to offer the menu that the buyer can choose from the different combinations of quantities and transfers for the lifetime surplus, so for the lifetime, and an announcement they can make on their type. The timing of the game is going to be as follows. First, before trade, the buyer is going to privately observe their type theta. Then the seller is going to offer the menu and the buyer either accepts or rejects. If they accept, they can report a type theta hat, which doesn't need to be their own true type. They can misreport their type. And if they reject, both of them receive their options normalized to 0. In trading periods, there's going to be first the good delivered by the seller because we're operating under trade credit, which is going to be the corresponding Q related to the announcement theta hat. The seller will then wait to receive a payment by the buyer T, which is also related to the announcement, but the buyer could just simply not pay and breach the contract. Whenever they breach the contract is terminated, and both from the next period onwards, both the buyer and seller receive their outside options. So when thinking about the optimal mechanism, the seller will have to satisfy two constraints. The first is that the buyer could simply misreport their type. So there's going to be an incentive compatibility constraint that needs to be satisfied. This incentive compatibility constraint simply says that the lifetime surplus of reporting their true type has to be greater than the lifetime surplus of reporting some other type for the buyer. In the solution approach that I'll use a dynamic first order approach to substitute the global incentive compatibility condition with a local incentive compatibility condition using a dynamic envelope formula. The second constraint is the one that is more novel, which is where the buyer could simply default at any time period. To prevent default, the buyer will specify a default-free mechanism, which is basically enforcing through the value of the relationship the payment of debts. And what this is simply saying is that at any time period, the future value of the relationship for the buyer needs to be larger than whatever they would like to recoup now. The problem with this type of constraints is that they're forward-looking. So I'll use, in the solution approach, I'll use a recursive Lagrangian technique by Merceda Marimon to solve the problem rather than using forward iteration through the promise utility approach. The reason for this is that in estimation, I don't have to iterate forward each of the paths of consumption for each buyer, but rather just have to keep the commitments through past Lagrangian multipliers as co-state variables. I'll then use the approach developed by Julian to incorporate the limited enforcement constraints into a nonlinear pricing model with participation constraints by using the limited enforcement constraints through a complementary slackness condition, which simply saying that the limited enforcement constraints multiplied to the Lagrange multiplier has to be equal to 0, and you integrate it over the different types. This Lagrange multiplier is going to, you can define a cumulative Lagrange multiplier capital gamma, which is just going to be the integration of the different types from the lowest type up to type theta. This cumulative multiplier is one of our key objects in estimation, and it captures the shadow value of relaxing the limited enforcement constraint uniformly at any time period for the interval from the lowest type up to the type theta. In the paper, I showed that this is going to act like a cumulative distribution function in the sense that it's going to be non-negative, non-decreasing, and for the highest type is equal to 1. It also has a nice interpretation in the sense that if there's a quantile alpha for which this cumulative multiplier is already equal to 1, then the share 1 minus alpha outliers do not have a binding constraint at the given time period, meaning that the seller could change the quantities at the margin without inducing default. So enforcement concerns are not an issue whenever this happens. Okay, so to think about what's the optimal kind of quantities that are going to be allocated, the seller can choose the optimal quantities and tariffs, or kind of conversely, choose the optimal quantities and net returns that the buyer will receive. And they're going to choose so to maximize their lifetime expected profits subject to the incentive compatibility constraint and the limited enforcement constraint. And once we use this solution approach sketched before, one can obtain the first order condition of the relaxed problem, which is simply saying that the seller is trying to equate the marginal return to the buyer to the marginal cost of production plus some distortion. And this distortion is going to be such that it's going to satisfy the incentive compatibility and the limited enforcement constraints. And to think about precisely how this first order condition works is easier to think about like a parametrization of the return function. So for now, let's assume the return function is just q to the power beta. Under that parametrization, the optimal quantity will be given by a modification of the CS allocation through a markup rule. So quantity is decreasing in costs, increasing in elasticity, and then there's this other term that is going to be kind of like a modification of your usual kind of auction or nonlinear pricing model. The first part is the virtual surplus, which allocates more quantity to higher types in order to satisfy their downward incentive compatibility constraint, that is, in order to prevent them from being low types. There are other terms that there are going to be the ones that are generating the backloading, shifting the current quantities down if the constraints are binding, but shifting them up if they were binding in the past. So there's this first term, the limited enforcement term, which is going to capture the risk of increasing consumption now. There's an additional term, which is going to be the interaction of the limited enforcement with the incentive compatibility condition, which is going to capture a new constraint, which is the upward incentive compatibility constraint, where low types may pretend to be high types and then default. So there's going to be that constraint as well. And then there's a last term in the allocation of quantity, which is going to be generating the dynamics in the sense that it's going to capture the past promises made to increase consumption now if they were binding in the past. So through the combination of the incentive compatibility and the limited enforcement constraint, we obtain our optimal quantity for each type in a given time period. Then to close the model, we need to think about prices. And the way that prices are going to be constructed are through a tariff function, which is meant to satisfy the buyer incentive compatibility condition. And if this tariff function is simply saying, I'll extract as much as possible from you in such a way that you do reveal me your true type. And this formula is going to work and satisfy the incentive compatibility condition under the assumption of a strict monotonicity on quantities, which says that higher types are allocated higher quantities. So I'll work under this assumption, but we can verify it in the estimation that these estimation results are consistent with this strict monotonicity assumption. So before opening it up for questions, I'll briefly sketch alternative models that one can think of. And one way to think about it is, okay, what happens with cellular opportunism, just cheating on quality? Luckily for me, that model is out there in the literature. And this model will predict increasing quantities, but also increasing prices. And the reason is similar to the one in my model, where you're trying to incentivize the seller to behave well, and therefore you have to give them increasing shares of surplus over time. The second one is a common model in the firm dynamics, which is the customer-based model, where the seller is using dynamic schemes in prices to grow their customer base. In this type of model, the seller first uses low unit prices to lure in buyers. And then once they're locked in, they increase the prices. So this model will also predict increase in prices over time. There's one model that I consider in the paper, which does have the same qualitative dynamic patterns of prices and quantities. This model is learning about reliability of the buyer, where one way to think about it is you have two buyers, a reliable buyer that always pays and an unreliable buyer that defaults with some probability. Through the interaction, the seller is able to figure out which one is the unreliable buyer and just filter them out. In that way, kind of removing the risk premium embedded in the price and therefore leading to decreasing prices over time. I do consider this model formally in the paper and I estimate it. However, I failed to obtain the observed dynamic of price discounts at realistic default rates. So the default rates required for the learning in this type of model would be 20 times larger than those that can be observed either through financial statements or through court cases, kind of like trying to infer how much default are there in equilibrium. So these traditional models wouldn't be able to capture the observed dynamics. I'm going to pause now for questions.
Thanks very much, Felipe. So Meredith Starts had the first question.
Thanks. This is super cool, Felipe. You just answered kind of half of the question I was going to ask you, which was about, obviously the dynamics within the relationship are key here. And so I was wondering how you could distinguish kind of backloading from a committed contract from learning about types, which you just sort of addressed now, but also maybe as a second part of that from potentially changing types over time among surviving firms, right? So if buyers are growing over time, or if their outside option is changing, right, as they become more established or as they grow, is there kind of a way for you to distinguish that from the mechanism you have in mind?
No, given I completely agree with you. And ideally, one would like to have kind of changing types and allow for this type of dynamics as well. Given that I have a short panel, even if I were to consider and allow for the model to have that, in practice, it would be as if it was kind of fully persistent. So that's why I haven't gone all the way into thinking how would the model look like. But of course, if I had to do it again with a longer panel, I would definitely consider, and I think it would have interesting implications. I don't know exactly, I haven't worked it through, so I don't know exactly what would be kind of like the difference in terms of predictions and dynamics as well.
Just one thought, do you observe that age of the firm as well as the age of the relationship?
I do observe age of the firm. Yeah.
I haven't thought it through, but that might let you do something to pull apart those.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Marta Troya Martinez has a question.
Yes, thank you. Felipe, I was wondering about the setting of the model in that the seller can commit to the contract, but the buyer cannot. And given that both firms are in the same sort of weak institutional setting, why is it that you are having this difference?
Yes, I totally agree that there's like this awkward part in which I say there's no enforcement, but one of the parties do have commitment. I think I'm doing that mostly not because I believe necessarily that's kind of what happens in reality, but I think it's useful to think about how to bring a model that then you can estimate. And the type of model that I'm using for estimation does require the seller to have commitment. And I think if you're willing to make that assumption, although it can be like a stretch, there are interesting things that you can learn from it. So yes, I don't really have like a kind of like trick kind of show. Yes, there's commitment here, but not there. I acknowledge that. And
so let me say you why I'm worried about this, especially in your setting. So in the model, there is just one principal and one agent, but in Ecuador, as you described, the seller has market power. So that means there's going to be very few players upstream. And so given that the backloading contract means that the seller is given value over time to the buyer, what prevents the seller from replacing the buyer later on at the time where the buyer is getting this price discount and just start all over again with a new buyer? So I think that's the thing that worries me.
Yes. Okay.
Like, you know, I start giving you a very high price at the beginning, and at the point where I'm actually giving you the price discount, I start again with another buyer.
Yes, I think the interviews with the sellers, although they have considerable market power, they also have some frictions of finding demand. And they, like the managers, they always kind of, when I was thinking about how to frame the model, the manager always thought you want to keep your buyers really happy. In the sense that, like, whenever you find a buyer that is large enough and all these type of things, you might not come to them often. So there's the idea that they do want to kind of not cheat on their promises because of some search frictions, which are not modeled, but are kind of mentioned through the interviews. But yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to you, Felipe. And you've got about 17 minutes now.
Okay, that's perfect. I think that's exactly how we planned it. So now moving on to identification and estimation. The thing that I'm kind of doing is generalizing static results of nonlinear pricing of Atanasio and Pastorino and Luo et al. For a dynamic setting in which I show in the paper that with observations on quantities and unit prices, and the innovation in my paper is with the age of the relationship and information on marginal cost or average cost of a single seller, you can identify the distribution of types after normalization constant, the marginal return function, and with that, the return function itself, and that the limited enforcement multipliers are set identified. In the paper, I also show that under a parametrization of the return function, the limited enforcement multipliers are point identified. The intuition behind the first two results come from the fact that the seller knows the distribution of types and knows the function. So it's going to use prices across different quantities to incentivize the revelation. And therefore, the dispersion of prices to like marginal cost across different queues is going to be informative about the distribution of types and the return function. And related to the second result, in the first order condition of the seller, the sign between the prices and the marginal cost is going to be indicative about whether the limited enforcement multiplier will be above or below a certain threshold. In terms of estimation, we want to recover the limited enforcement multipliers, the distribution of types theta, and the return function v. I'll do this by using an iterated cross-sectional structure, which I'll explain what that means, which simply says that I'll first use information on new relationships, have some of that information then transpass to like relationships H1, and then kind of like recursively over that. So starting with new relationships, I use the seller's first order condition and the derivative of the tariff function to estimate the unobserved limited enforcement multipliers gamma using maximum likelihood. Once I have that, you integrate the seller's first order condition to recover the unobserved types. And once you have that, you use the derivative of the tariff function with information on prices to estimate the marginal return function once you have the estimate for the unobserved type. Then, okay, moving on to the results. The current results that I have some restrictions because due to COVID, I only had access to the subsample I had at home, so I couldn't perform this in the government. I'm going to use pull some groups of relationship ages together to increase kind of power and have enough observations to estimate the model. And so I'm going to call H0, which are new relationships, call them tenure 0, H1 to 3, call them tenure 1, H4 plus, call them tenure 2, and keep setters that have only enough information in all of them. And this gives me, for the purpose of these results, only 33 selling firms rather than 107. But preliminary analysis using the full government data set, where I use like granular definition of ages and 107 selling firms for the 2 years, give me similar results in terms of the model primitives, indicating that the counterfactual results might also go in the same direction. So with respect to the primitives, the first thing is the unobserved types. Here on the y-axis, we have the log unobserved type value. On the x-axis, the quantile of quantity, and the error bars you see is going to be across different buyers. So this is like showing you the average for a given buyer across buyers for a given quantile. And as you can see, higher quantities are associated with a higher unobserved type, which would be consistent with the strict monotonicity assumption. The second primitive is the return function. Here I replace on the y-axis for average log-based return function, marginal return function, and I'm showing these for the different tenures. As you can see, higher quantities are associated with a lower marginal return, which would be consistent with the diminishing returns assumption, so with the model assumptions. Lastly, the last primitive is the limited enforcement multiplier. So here I'm plotting the average limited enforcement multiplier for new relationships. And from this figure, there are like two takeaways. The first thing is that the slope for like quantile 0 to quantile 80 is increasing, meaning that they have a binding constraint. All the buyers here have a binding constraint on average. Once you reach around the top 20%, there's going to be the multiplier is going to converge toward 1, indicating that these last 20% of buyers are not affected by the enforcement constraints. Once you start thinking about dynamics, the estimated limited enforcement multipliers are actually converging, becoming flatter, indicating that the shadow value is decreasing over time. And they're converging towards 1, indicating that the enforcement constraints are relaxed as the relationship ages. So these will be the primitives. The next thing is to think about model fit. One way to think about it is just compare predicted quantities from the model against observed quantities in the data. Observed quantities are on the x-axis, predicted quantities are on the y-axis. And here I'm showing you for the different tenure groups. As you can see, these are bean scatter plots. As you can see, there's a strong relationship between observed quantities and predicted quantities in the model. Although the fit is not perfectly exactly over the diagonal line, it traces the diagonal pretty well. Other ways to think about fit is just like statistical fit, which in the paper I showed the statistical fit of the model is pretty good. It also, in my model, I'm not targeting the price discounts over time. I'm actually generating it through kind of like predicted prices in any given HFT relationship. And even though this hasn't been targeted as a moment, it also captures the price discounts over time fairly well. So in red is the data, and in green is the price discounts predicted by the model. Another way to think about model fit would be to use the two, if you have a buyer that appears in 2 years, I haven't targeted the panel kind of primitives of these buyers. So one way to think about it is just compare the estimated primitives of buyers that appear in 2 different years. And here I'm showing you the estimated type on the x-axis for 2016 and 2017 on the y-axis. And there's a like strong correlation between the estimated types, even though this hasn't also been targeted as a model. Another thing to think about kind of model fit is just whether whatever we're calling this enforcement constraint captures something that maybe the literature also thinks is important. So here I'm showing you 2 heterogeneity across the different buyers. One is whether the probability that they have a binding constraint in new relationships by whether the buyer is multinational buyer or a local buyer. And multinational buyers are estimated to have a lower probability of having a binding constraint. Similarly, in terms of distance, if you look at the like headquarter distance between buyer and seller, those buyers that are farther away are also more likely to have a binding constraint. So this would be all for like estimation results. Now I'll move to the efficiency and counterfactuals, which can be summarized in two tables. The first is efficiency. I'm thinking about the static efficiency of period by period trade. And this would be relative to the first best, which would be the one that would maximize the joint surplus of the relationship. On this table, I'm showing you the traded efficiency, this traded surplus as a percentage of the first best surplus. Relationships H0 are estimated to have trade at 70% their first best level. But as the relationship ages, the estimated surplus is converging towards full efficiency. Kind of showing that these repeated relationships are generating some real surplus. Then thinking about what would happen, so answering the second question, what would happen if we were to push for best practice policies? I'm first thinking about this, okay, let's fix the enforcement problem alone. In this way, you can think of it as like kind of having fully efficient courts where any seller could just go claim that the buyer didn't pay their debts and have immediate enforcement of that debt, maybe by embargo or something like that. Of course, in the model, this is just simply shutting down the constraint. Under this model, the estimated surplus is actually lower than that of the second best equilibrium. So the idea here is that if you remove the enforcement concerns of the from like the trading kind of like mindset of the seller doesn't need to share any surplus anymore and can now act kind of like a full monopolist and extract and store things in the perfect way to maximize their profits. And in this setup, it happens that you would actually obtain lower total surplus compared to the second best. Another way to think about it, of a best practice institution, would be to try to reduce the market power. One way to think about it in terms of like regulation in Ecuador or in Europe is to just forbid price discrimination on equal transactions. So by forbidding price discrimination, the seller can just charge some linear cost. It could be the optimal monopolist linear cost, price, or it could be the competitive pricing. In this table, I'm showing you the optimal linear monopolist price. And surprisingly, once you fix the market power but don't fix enforcement, surplus goes even lower. The reason for this is that you basically have tied one of the arms that the seller can use to discipline the behavior of the buyer. They can no longer target each specific constraint to make them pay their debts. So there's going to be a large share of buyers that would simply cannot be incentivized to ever pay their debts. For that reason, the seller would tend to exclude a large majority of the buyers, leading to even greater losses. However, if we were to fix the enforcement problem and reduce the market power, and I'm not saying like just full competitive pricing, just like make them eliminate price discrimination, this would actually have some potential welfare gains relative to new relationships in the second best equilibrium. And of course, if you were to push for like even further increases in market power towards full competition, this would reach 100%. So depending on the policy preferences and kind of like the time discounts of the policymakers, this would have kind of potential welfare gains. So kind of as a conclusion, I want to just highlight two things. The first thing is that enforcement concerns, constraints do matter, but there's a lot of value that is being generated in long-term self-sustained relationships that reduce inefficiencies over time. And one has to be careful not to destroy this surplus by pushing for best practice policies because they may backfire, and that there's potential welfare gains from addressing multiple frictions at the same time. So that would be it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Felipe, and right on time as well. So we can now take some questions. So as a reminder, please, if you want to ask a question, either raise your hand or type it in the chat, and in either event, I'll probably just call on you. And panelists, you can speak up, but let me just go first. So Felipe, I guess one comment I had, or question was, I was wondering if maybe you could spend more time showing the evidence, the data you have on kind of price discrimination across customers. It seems like a pretty key moment for you, right?
Yeah, I think.
I just missed how that. I guess I missed how that fed into your calibration or your estimation.
Okay. Sorry. Do you want me to give you like? Do you want me to give you estimated results or motivating evidence? Maybe I got a little bit confused.
Just to be clear, this is not this is like the same product being sold at different prices to different buyers. That's
that's kind of the
That's what I was interested in.
So
and I guess relatedly, it'd be good if you could convince us that that is the same product. Like.
Yeah. So basically, let me see if I have it here. So I don't know if you can see this. This is kind of like the way that the data is being collected. So it has like internally the firms are reporting a unique product kind of bar. So it would be like a barcode that is internal to the firm. So you cannot use it to compare across firms because they wouldn't have the same type of code. But you can basically, like, we did a lot of work to manually check that these things would be the same thing through like the description where they write what the product is. So those standardized unit prices are standardizing at kind of this product level for a given transaction, indicating that under this like very precise way of defining within a firm, they are charging different unit prices. I don't think I have like the distribution of standard deviations of kind of within product variation, but I think from the top of my head is around like you may have in a given month like 20% different in prices within a given product, and related to how this fits into estimation, it fits in through the tariffs. So higher types receive higher quantities, and then this matches as well into the tariffs that are going to be made for incentive compatibility, and through that it goes into lower unit prices for those that purchase more.
So you don't attempt to worry about like that in the outside world there's a kind of resale option. The buyers might talk to each other, the firms might face limits on price discrimination in that sense.
Given that there's I don't have it here, but given that there's substantial dispersion within a product, I wouldn't be concerned that this like kind of that type of resale would push the dispersion like towards zero. Yeah.
But you're kind of inferring the variance in the types from the variance in the prices you see, right? At 10-year zero, the variance in the price.
You're inferring the types through the variance in the quantities. Like higher types are consuming higher quantities, type of thing. Okay. So there is an implicit part that goes through the like tariff function into like the equilibrium, but most of the information the information of dispersion comes through the dispersion in quantity, not through the dispersion in prices.
Thanks.
Can I jump in, Dave?
Of course. Yeah.
So Felipe, two questions. One a quick follow up on that, which is I'm not sure how do I think about just quantity discounts that there's some because the price the prices go the prices change, the quantities change as well throughout the life of the relationship. But then the second question is, in this context, what can you tell us about community enforcement? So either credit bureaus or trade associations or other things that might be lurking in the background that would might affect at least the way we think about external validity this and thinking about other contexts.
So your first question, maybe I didn't frame this or like label this properly, but this figure of the dispersion is conditional on a flexible spline of quantity in order to capture the quantity discounts. And related to the second question, so I just maybe should have written it. I was just narrating it. And to your second question about informal kind of like credit bureaus, I did ask about this to like managers, and they don't use it. There is a credit bureau in Ecuador that most people do not use, and kind of the idea here is that for a transaction to be recorded in the credit bureau, both parties have to agree to be registered. So if a seller is a buyer is defaulting, they also have to agree to then have that default recorded in the credit bureau. And for that reason, it's like no one really is using it. And they also don't talk that much about who are unreliable. So there are some interesting kind of like new type of like Facebook initiatives to have kind of community control where people are like looking and offering different services and products, and you are within this type of group. But it's very, very kind of small, and there's not much talk about who are unreliable. You can see some information online about like total sales and these type of things of a particular kind of potential buyer, but there's not much information that I regard, unless from your closed networks, that would give you some information about that either.
Dave, I've got another question if no one else is waiting. So Felipe, I wanted to ask you more about the trade credit.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess sort of two questions. So one is, I assume you can't see anything really about the terms of the trade credit. So part of what I'm wondering, I mean, I assume there's something about sort of repayment periods or penalties. And I'm wondering if as the relationship ages, whether sort of the trade-off between that and price adjusts, and whether that sort of matters for what you're thinking about.
So there's some information you can see, but like from talking to people, it's kind of more like it's not 100% that it's going to be like that. So in the transaction, there is some information about, maybe I have it here, kind of, it says the plazo, it's like the length, how many days they have. So there's some information about when they should pay. From what I know, this doesn't really matter that much. There's kind of like an informal agreement, so there's nothing that can be enforced. And there's surprisingly, and I think that relates to also literature in trade credit also in developed part of the world, there's not much kind of interest rates as it goes by. So if you fail to pay from this, there's not that much. You may get some discounts if you pay in cash, so never engage in trade credit. I do think that's kind of important, but just like maybe like for modeling ways, if it was becoming too complicated to think about kind of thinking about the benefit of paying now and getting a 2% discount versus the other thing. And interestingly, all the relationships are like, even though they're losing up 2% on possible discount from paying in cash, they are relying even more and more heavily on trade credit. And from what I understand, the idea is that basically everyone is offering trade credit. Everyone in the supply chain is offering trade credit, and you use your suppliers as a way to finance your trade credit with your buyers. And so I think like the extensive margin when to enter into this thing is super interesting, but I really don't have that much kind of insight into that.
So I guess the second part of the question / thought, and following up on that, is one thing that seems slightly awkward about the kind of equilibrium solution here is, if I understood right, the sellers have to be sort of rationing on quantity early on to achieve the dynamics. And that, let me know if I misunderstood, but that, I mean, that feels a little weird, right? It's hard to imagine a seller explicitly doing that. And I was wondering if you can sort of rationalize that through there are sort of changes in the limits on the trade credit offered, right? Which would be kind of equivalent to actually rationing quantities, which seems a little bit less realistic as a literal mechanism.
Yeah, regarding kind of that awkwardness, I don't know, I think about it kind of like starting small, like you have a bunch of these type of model of starting small, kind of like testing out, and then even without this having to be an actual incentive to like discipline the behavior, you can maybe think about how, even though it's outside the model, how that can be kind of like rationalizing it. But yeah, I'll think a little bit more about kind of how the terms of trade, in terms of trade credit, might be related. I think that's a really good point. So I'll think a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Sorry, we still have a bit more time if there's any questions. Let me ask one more. I'm sure a stupid one, Felipe. I'm sorry, but I missed something.
Marcel has a question also. Sorry.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it just came up. Marcel, let me promote you to a panelist, and then you should be good, Marcel.
Yeah, it was just to follow on what Meredith just said. I was thinking about what's on the starting small story. So in that model, basically, you offer less trade credit or initially, so to tempt the bad types to reveal themselves by basically defaulting, and so then basically you weed them out progressively. And so as they keep paying, you just, and then you bunch them into different categories depending. And so basically as people keep paying, they graduate to a bigger size. So, but in your model, basically you have it's very different because you have different quantities that they stabilize on. Right. So how would the Watson model of starting small play out with your setup? Because they would start small, and then every time they keep paying, you give them a promotion. You give them more trade credit, bigger quantities, maybe even better prices. So eventually, some of them will basically not pay because you have given them too much. So how do you stop this mechanism of unraveling?
I think the kind of the dynamics in my model are such that you're going to converge to some level where the buyer never defaults. But the dynamics that are kind of like these maybe awkward dynamics that Meredith says of like starting small in queue are actually, given that you can like spike up the prices, are actually like maximizing the profit in the short term. And in equilibrium, you're going to reach to some level that it's the one where like it would be maybe like the stationary equilibrium. But the fact that the seller, and you can just think about like that's going to be the end result. There's everyone receives some surplus. The surplus division is a little bit better for the buyer than otherwise. But it doesn't necessarily like the model predict that all the buyers just get kind of like constant competitive pricing at the end. It's gonna like, there's some dynamics that start early on from the fact that the seller can think about this dynamic scheme in a way that incentivizes the payment, but it doesn't predict that at like the end of the relationship, all the terms of trade are in favor of the buyer. I don't think that would be the prediction that starts from the model. So yes.
Okay, and let's take one more question from Kala Krishna, but let's try to keep the question and the answer under a minute total.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's
yeah. My question is sort of, what do you know about the default? Who's defaulting? Who's not? Who's taking the stuff and running? And is this in line with what your predictions are?
Yeah, I have two sources to figure out defaults. One of them comes from like the like financial statements and collectibles that people say like, oh, I couldn't collect this after 5 years. This is our fault, and then they claim some tax back from that. And I have collected some information from the court in the capital and aggregate how much are the like actual lawsuits, and both of them amount to less than 0.5%. So
is there any pattern there? That's what I was asking. I mean,
is there any pattern?
Are you really giving them more and more, and then they're defaulting, or what is the distribution?
I have actually no idea about defaults, and I'm kind of working under the assumption that defaults are not really that common, and my model says there's no default. So that's kind of in line with what I observe empirically. But I have no idea how the patterns of those that do default, I have no idea how that works in terms of the relation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Felipe. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think our David Atkin is the moderator for the next and final session.
Great, thank you everyone for sticking with us. And last up is Martina Kirchberger. Do you want to share your slides, Martina? Great, and take it away, and the normal timings apply. Are you going to stop halfway through, or would you like me to collate questions and stop you?
So I'm muted now. I can share. I will stop. Thanks. I have the timer here. Great. Thanks everyone, particularly for being here still on a Friday, wherever time zone you are. And thanks very much for including this paper in the program here. This is joint work with Keelan Byrne, who is in the audience and happy to answer questions in the chat or also in the discussion afterwards. So there's this recent literature that highlights the importance of key sectors that are crucial and might affect the productive efficiency of economies and lead to bottlenecks in that. What we're interested in this paper is the role of intermediate goods in the construction sector. Now, investment consists of equipment and machinery and construction. I'm going to show you some data that the construction sector accounts for about half of investment on average in the data. So it's a sizable share of investment. And I think we think a lot more about equipment and machinery, that component of investment typically. So what we paying particular importance to or attention to in this paper is a key intermediate input in construction, which is cement. It's a core ingredient of concrete. There are few substitutes. It's used abundantly. So concrete is the second most used resource in the world after water. It's a homogeneous good, so we don't have to think too much here about quality differences. And it's largely non-traded. So at a global level, it's only about 5% of cement that is traded. That's not to say that for some countries, it's an important import, but at a global level on aggregate, it's you can think about it largely as a non-tradable. So just to clarify here, this is what we're talking about, this gray powder. Once you mix that with sand, water and aggregates, you get concrete, and then this is ready mixed concrete. These two are very different in terms of the perishability. You can see they perish very quickly, whereas cement is what we're going to talk most about. It's an industry that's characterized by significant market power, and that's the case across the whole world, and it's been documented extensively. We also know from anecdotes that some of the development world's greatest fortunes appear to be based on profits from the cement industry. So for example, the richest person in Africa owns a cement plant. Another of the billionaires in Africa is his competitor in the country. So we have these anecdotes here of large profits to be made in the industry. So what do we do in this paper? We start by using the confidential microdata of the ICP. I'll talk a lot more about that on intermediate inputs, so documenting prices. We collect and hand code current and historical data on market structure of the cement industry. And so we start by documenting 3 motivating facts at a global level. So first, I'm going to show you data on price dispersion of precisely defined key construction sector intermediate inputs. Second, we're going to look at market power in the cement industry. And third, I'm going to show you some data on the role of construction in capital formation and the role of cement in construction sector expenditures. In the second part of the paper, we're going to use an oligopoly model to examine the role of market power in cement as a particular type of distortion in the sector producing investment. And in the final part, I'll show you a simple model of capital accumulation to examine the effects of changes in the market structure on the steady state capital stock. So how much does this matter for capital stock in the steady state? What we're going to find is that there's large spatial price dispersion of these key construction sector intermediate inputs. And we're going to see that there are particularly large differences in the price of cement. There's a strong bivariate relationship between market power and prices. So countries that have fewer firms or higher concentration have higher prices. And also that cement plays a significant role in construction sector expenditures. And that varies a lot across countries. I'm sure most of you are thinking now, how can this matter in terms of expenditure shares? But I'll show you for some countries, cement accounts for a non-negligible share of construction sector expenditures. Now, second, we're going to show that market power in the cement industry leads to significantly higher prices. I'm also going to show you some plant level data that this doesn't appear to be due to low scale. So that's something that we need to worry about. It has a very different policy implication from one where we think there's some barriers to entry potentially. And we're also going to use data from WorldScope on profits of firms to show you that profits are substantial in this sector. The quantification exercise is going to illustrate that the steady state capital stock in the poorest countries is most sensitive to these changes in markups in cement. So again, these effects are really significant in some countries. They don't matter in a lot of other countries where the expenditure shares are small and the industry is fairly competitive. Now, why is the construction sector important? What physical structures are required as an input into almost any activity we can think of? So it's buildings for firms, individuals, and government, core infrastructure, roads, bridges, harbors to transport goods and people. I was thinking of the banner that was used for this conference. It's a classical example of all the different pieces that are being produced by the construction sector, whether it was the containers, what's being produced in the containers, the infrastructure of the ports, the infrastructure in cities, buildings, and as well for power generation. So nuclear plants and dams. Dams are an example that you need concrete for to build. There's just no other way. And there are certain types of infrastructure where there is just no substitute. For different types, you can substitute between steel to some extent, and there are certain pieces that are not substitutable really. Now, there is evidence that the cost of physical investment is high in low-income countries. The component of investment that's equipment and machinery that can be imported, and that's been studied fairly extensively. There are frictions there too, but that's less the case for construction sector goods. So there's a direct link between domestic industry structure in construction and investment prices. Now, we relate to a number of literatures. So we relate to the literature on the cost of capital, input-output linkages in production networks, as we just saw in the talk two before, the role of firm-level markups in general equilibrium, and the literature on misallocation in developing countries. So you'll see, while we take bits and pieces in our model, the main contribution I think that we make to this literature is that we use new microdata on key intermediate inputs in construction to understand distortions in the specific sector that's key for investment. We also relate to this literature on cement and ready-mix concrete that's typically using US data. And our contribution here is that we study the industry at a global level. We have a different focus. So we're really interested in the macroeconomic consequences of markups and what we can say about implications for countries at different income levels. Okay, so I'm going to start by showing you the data and our motivating facts, and talk about market power and then the general equilibrium model. Now, the main data that we use come from the microdata of the World Bank's International Comparison Project, and we use the 2011 and the 2017 data that have just become available recently. In 2011, the ICP had a major overhaul of their construction sector PPP and how that's being computed. And they dropped an output-based approach to move to an input-based approach. And so the first part here, we spend a lot of time thinking about measurement. And we choose our core key intermediate input list based on two criteria. One, it's an input that's used globally. And the ICP data has wide coverage across countries. And so the core inputs that we look at in the paper is concrete and its constituents, main constituents, cement, sand, and aggregates, and then bricks, wood, and two types of steel. These are mild steel reinforcement and steel beams. Today, I'm going to talk about the first four. In the paper, we discussed price dispersion in all of them. So it's key for this type of paper where we're really concerned about measurement, that we talk about who is the buyer. So all prices represent prices paid by builders. The quantity, so it's very different when we talk about a bag of cement versus a ton, and the quality. And this is all specified by the ICP. So for example, here, the ICP in the case of concrete would specify that it's a cubic meter of concrete mixed at certain proportions with a characteristic strength of, here that's 20 Newton. And so this is a typical type of concrete for buildings. It doesn't rule out that there's heterogeneity in quality, but it's crucially important. Without that, we couldn't do this kind of measure. It's an important step in being able to measure price differences, to hold quantity and quality to a large extent constant. A big caveat of our paper is that we have one price per country, and that's sort of what we gain in being able to do this at a global level. We lose by having within country price dispersion that some of the other papers that focus on the literature in one country are able to do in much more detail. I'm going to start by showing you the differences in the 2011 prices. So here, these are the averages for the different regions. The first column shows you concrete, then cement, aggregates, and then sand. And so what you can see when you look at concrete prices, the highest prices are in the last row, that's Sub-Saharan Africa. Second highest prices are in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there are large differences when we compare, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa with North America, but even larger when we look at East Asia and Pacific or South Asia. Now, when we look at the constituents of concrete, so cement, aggregate, and sand, it's really cement that is driving these differences. So a ton of cement here costs about $260 in Sub-Saharan Africa compared to $189 in North America. Now, there are differences in the price of aggregates, but these patterns are not the same as they're in cement. And then sand is fairly cheap in Sub-Saharan Africa, East Asia, and the Pacific. It's only North America where prices are actually higher. And if we have time later or there's interest, I'm happy to go into the other input prices. But these are the key motivating difference that we see in the prices that we're going to study in the paper. So the overall observations is that there's large heterogeneity in input prices. The heterogeneity is even larger when we use PPP. So relative price ratios are often larger than 3. It's an interesting sort of side note that the aggregate construction sector PPPs mask these differences that we see in the input prices, partially because wages are much lower. We don't know how they're precisely computed to be able to replicate this, but it's just interesting that we would not see this in the aggregate sector level PPPs. Cement prices are particularly high in Africa. The differences are somewhat lower in 2017, but they're still there. And in light of cement's importance globally, we focus on cement for the rest of the paper as an example for an important intermediate input in capital. Okay, so let's look at some of these prices in more detail. So that's the price of ton of cement in the 10 most expensive countries in the world compared to the US. And so you can see that these differences are much larger than what we saw on the averages. So in the Central African Republic, a ton costs $487 compared to $139 in the US. Most of these countries are in Sub-Saharan Africa. When we look at them, probably we can already think about different explanations for these varying reasons why cement might be high in these locations. But it's clear that it's the countries with the lowest levels of capital here that are facing the highest prices. Now, why is cement so expensive in these countries? Now, there's several possible explanations, and it's an untradeable, if we believe it's an untradeable good, or we take that at face value, it's not, we wouldn't expect it to cost the same, but there's a question why there are these huge price differences. So one explanation that has been discussed sort of in policy circles is there's a lack of competition. An alternative explanation is that costs are high to produce cement, and therefore it costs more. A third alternative competing explanation is that demand is low. So these plants have to operate below minimum efficient scale, or there could be other factors, we call them frictions, rule of law, corruption, political instability that just increases the cost of producing. So what I'm going to show you next is data on the market structure of the global cement industry. What we're going to do is in the empirical section, we're going to try to control for input costs, scale, and other frictions. So measures for corruption, rule of law, and political instability. We're going to look at plant distributions to see whether there's evidence that plants are substantially smaller, and then world scope data to look at profits, which would give us, to some extent, a little bit of an insight on to what extent productivity differences might be driving this, although that's not something that we can say very much about. Okay, so let's look at the global cement industry. Now, the way we measure this is that we've collected data on the global distribution of cement plants and ownership of groups. So a group is what we're going to call a firm across 180 countries. And we have these data for 2011 and 2018, and we got them, we extracted them from the Global Cement Report. So for each country, this report contains a chapter on production, consumption, and the market structure of the cement industry. And there's a little table that says these are the firms, these are the number of plants. And so the way we define the number of firms per country is that we use the group name if it's provided, or otherwise the company name. So if a company, a plant is owned by a company and that's owned, for example, by Lafarge-Holcim, one of the largest producers, that will be the firm in that country. So this is how we define number of firms per country, because that's what we think, this is the level at which prices are going to be set strategically. We also compute alternative measures. So we have also geocoded all the plants in 2018. And so using the spatial location of firms, we compute, I'll talk a lot more about it, we compute alternative measures of markets using something more local. And we look at the Herfindahl-Hirschman index here, where we have, where we use S for S, we use the capacity of firms that we also have in the database for 2018. So that's two alternative measures. Now, the industry is overall characterized by high market power. So 40% of countries have a firm that provides more than 50% of the country's total cement capacity in 2011. So for example, in Mexico, and this is not an African phenomenon, so this is a Mexican example, 3 of the 6 groups in the country, these 3 groups, account for more than 3/4 of Mexico's cement capacity. And this is in 2011, in 2017, it's even higher. Now, when you think back of the list of the 10 most expensive countries in 2011, 7 of these countries had 1 firm, 2 countries had no firms, and 1 country had 3 firms. Now, these are the, this is just bivariate relationship. So that's a local polynomial regression of the price per ton of cement against deciles of the number of firms in 2011. And on the right, the plot on the right shows you the Herfindahl-Hirschman index. And so in a sort of very descriptive, we're not controlling for anything here, this is nothing causal, you can see that whenever the number of firms is higher, prices are lower, and whenever markets are more concentrated, prices are higher. These patterns are very similar for 2017. Okay, so just to talk about cement and how much this matters in overall expenditures, this uses data from the ICP and on cement consumption. The left graph shows you the share of construction in investment, and this is this figure that I cited before. It's on average 50% of investment is the construction sector's contribution. So it's an important part to be thinking about when we think about capital formation. The graph on the right shows you cement expenditure as a share of total construction expenditures. And so you can see here that cement accounts for a non-negligible share of the construction sector. The median is 0.08, so that's fairly small, and we would expect in a country where cement prices are low, that share not to be high. But there is a 75th percentile where it accounts for more than 17% of total construction sector expenditure. So for some countries, this is an important expenditure item in their construction sector expenditures, and that's something that will be reflected in the quantification exercise as well. Now, this is expenditure shares, just a little bit more looking at which are the countries which have large expenditure shares. So the left plots expenditure shares, cement share of construction expenditures by GDP per capita, and then in the right, we plotted against log cement prices. And you can see that these shares are large for sub-Saharan African countries. We're highlighting these in red. And there is this positive relationship between expenditure shares and prices. Okay, so these motivating facts show that there's large price dispersion in key construction sector input. Cement prices are 35% higher in sub-Saharan Africa than, for example, in North America. Market power is positively correlated with prices, and cement share in construction is non-negligible, and it's highest in the poorest countries. So maybe that's a good moment to stop and see whether there are any questions.
Jagdish, let me go and promote you to a panelist, and you can unmute and ask your question.
Yeah, hi. My one question was, I think of construction as maybe very cyclical. I was wondering whether it's more volatile or more cyclic in some countries, so that then if I look during a boom period, I'll see more profits. But if I average over time, maybe it's less difference across countries.
Yeah, it's certainly an industry with a lot of cyclicality. One drawback, in addition to the lack of spatial variation in prices, is that we don't have a whole lot of temporal variation. We could look a little bit more on the profits and the firm level data on this, but unfortunately we only have prices and market structure here at these 2 points. But for the sector overall, that's certainly important.
I had a question. I think of cement as non-tradable, so then I thought it might be more relevant to compare the price of cement to, or concrete, whatever you want to look at, to either the other goods in the economy more generally, or things that they use cement to make and sell. I think that would reinforce your finding, because those prices tend to be lower in developing countries and higher in rich countries.
Yeah, in a way, I think the PPP comparison should capture that to some extent, I would think. But we can certainly compare it as well with other, I think also with other goods. I think the price differences would be even starker there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Great.
Pedro Bento.
Sorry, maybe I should defer this till later. So you're not going to, in your framework, you're not going to, are you going to be thinking about entry as being endogenous in some way?
Yeah, we are.
You said something about demand being reflected by the size of the firm. So like in it, I'm thinking of a standard model here. If there's an increase in demand for an industry's product, you should see more firms, right? Lower markups, and you should see smaller firms, not larger firms.
Yeah, so we're going to think about that. If you can hold on and ask me again if it's not clear, but we're going to think about that, and that's actually how we're thinking. We don't have a good data to look in detail at year-to-year entry, but we use it to think about the bias of the OLS in our model. Yeah.
Thanks.
One quick question, Martina. Some of these countries are big. You may have said this, but where you said what the cement price is about, but where is the cement price in the data? That is, and how much would that affect any of the data across countries?
So the ICP aims to get a national price. So they have some data on which markets, on how many rural or urban markets they collected these microdata for, but we don't have any other information. I mean, you're right. When you look at, and this is again descriptive evidence, you can see that, for example, cement producers might charge lower prices next to their production site compared to far away where they compete with other firms. So for example, in Tanzania, you see the cement is 600 kilometers from your production site is cheaper than it is at your site. So there are definitely these strategic consideration. So we're not going to capture this in the prices and the average prices. We can capture it in the market structure variables when we consider geography.
Then it seems like there's a mechanical thing that having one plant means that I'm sending cement to a lot longer distances in a given country than having multiple plants. There's not a way to get a price at the plant itself.
A factory gate, yeah. So that would be ideal. We don't have that. Yeah.
There was one question from Marcel, although just a follow-up to Chris's point was you do know how many plants are inside each country as opposed to how many firms, right? So maybe you could get some traction from the difference between those two. There may be lots of plants, very few firms. That's going to help answer Chris's question. Marcel?
Yeah, there was a question by on entry, but so I thought I'd segue with a question about mergers and acquisitions. You mentioned Lafarge-Holcim, but that's the result of a massive series of mergers and acquisitions to make just a gigantic firm.
Yeah. And that's definitely a trend that took place over that sample period. Yeah.
So if there aren't any more questions, why don't you keep on going?
Okay, great, excellent, thanks a lot. Okay, so we write down a very simple model of oligopoly for the production of cement in the paper, and look at the strategic production decisions while allowing for free entry with an exogenous entry cost. And that's similar to Beckers and François and Mellitz. So we use this model mainly to look at the role of market structure in generating this cross-country price dispersion. Our main assumptions are Cournot competition, constant marginal costs, although we can, in the paper, we talk a lot more about fixed costs, and we have an entry cost that I'll talk about here. We don't have dynamics here, basically because we don't have great data on that. And I was saying no spatial price differences. So that's the basic model setup, is that cement firms maximize profits in Cournot competition, subject to constant marginal costs. When we sum, these firms maximize their profits, we then sum across all firms, so we can express prices as this markup over marginal, or because we have constant marginal costs, average costs here. And epsilon is the price elasticity of demand. Now, this gives log prices as a function of markup. So log P here is a function of the markup plus the log of this average cost measure. Firms have identical production technologies, and they use inputs xk at price rk and have this Hicks neutral productivity here, where Zi is their idiosyncratic productivity. We take a first order approximation of this equation here around a benchmark number of firms and input prices, and we can get this estimating equation here, where prices are a function of the number of firms, the different prices of inputs, and eta here is the unobserved component of average productivity, and epsilon is the mean zero error term. Now, the way we think about entry is that there is a number of firms enter the market as long as the discounted value of their future profits is greater than the entry costs. There are NE firms entering the market, and they learn about their idiosyncratic cost level upon entry and produce if prices are higher than their costs. And so if xi is a random variable, that's equal to 1 if prices are larger than costs, with probability g of p and 0. Otherwise, this implies that n is equal to this x bar times ne. So this is characterizing entry. So we show in the model that if we assume xi is observed with certainty, the OLS estimates of the parameter delta exhibit bias towards 0. So higher prices incentivize entry. So we're going to downward, the OLS estimate of delta is going to be biased towards 0. We're going to underestimate the effect of the number of firms. And we basically use this to motivate our IV strategy and discipline our instrument. So what we need is that the covariance between entry costs and the unobserved productivity is equal to 0. And what we're going to use here is the cost of obtaining a construction permit. So in the empirical model, what we're going to include are baseline cost controls for scale. So log of GDP, log of area in square kilometers, and log of population, that's sort of a measure for scale. And our instrument for entry costs are costs to obtain a construction permit. So this should be something that is exogenous. This is an industry, it's not specific to the cement sector, it's just a country variable. Now, the further concerns are positive cost shocks affecting all firms. And so we try to control as best as we can for different types of shocks. So we control for institutional environment using rule of law, corruption, and instability measures from board governance indicators. And we control as much as we can for the cost of input. So the cost of fuel, electricity, those two are provided in the ICP. And then coal we get from Comtrade data. So these are prices from trade data, and machinery we get as well from Comtrade. So here we're using machinery that's used in cement production, and we try to get a price per kilogram of that machinery as an average kind of measure for the cost of imported machinery in that specific sector. I'm going to show you estimate and pooled OLS and IV specifications here. So this is our OLS. So this is the regressing the price of cement on the number of firms, log number of firms, and we include time fixed defects. We always include our scale controls, and we gradually add governance controls, and for example, here the price of fuel. You can see that our observations are becoming a bit smaller because these are not available for all of the countries. But what you can see here is that there's strong negative relationship. Countries where there is a higher number of firms have a lower price of cement. Now the IV is larger in magnitude, so the OLS is indeed biased towards 0, and we would be underestimating the effect of competition on prices. And the F-stat is around 10 here, as you can see. So we do a bunch of robustness tests. We don't, this is done on a small sample of countries or small set of observations, but it's very robust to different measures that we're using. So we've also used the number of firms per 10 million people, for example. We can use the inverse instead of the log number of firms. So it's just a different approximation of our main estimating equation. We've used the Herfindahl-Hirschman index as well instead of the number of firms to measure concentration. We've geocoded the location of all plants and then computed the number of firms within a 300-kilometer radius. And we can do this within a country, so basically assuming cement is not traded. And we can also do this assuming free trade. So then we just remove boundaries and we let firms compete with each other across borders as well. And the results are very consistent in both cases. This is to capture the fact that we might have very large countries with very dispersed firms that act as local monopolies, and we wouldn't see that when we get a variable that's a number of firms per country. We've also added further controls for the additional inputs, and then whether a country is a limestone importer. So limestone is a key ingredient that you need to produce cement, so do they need to import that? And the results are very consistent across all of these specifications. Now, there's sort of two questions that are kind of on people's minds probably, which relates to minimum efficient scale. So are these plants operating at a scale below efficiency? Thinking of small countries that might just have a very small plants. And then the second, that's sort of an interpretation, is what are these markups used to? Are we just do firms in that industry need markups to cover their high fixed costs? So this shows you the distribution here of integrated plants. So these are plants that take limestone basically and produce cement. We have a small set of plants in our sample that are grinding plants. These are the plants that would use clinker, grind clinker, and then put it into cement. From a consumer perspective, I don't really care whether that plant made it from scratch or ground the clinker. I can't grind clinker at home, so this is, it doesn't matter so much. But when we think about capacity, we'd want to compare within these two groups. And you can see these are this distribution of capacity in different areas, and it doesn't look like that distribution is substantially different across different regions. To say here that less than 3% of firms have capacity over 5 million tons per year. So this measures capacity per year in million tons that I'm not showing here, but this is very rare. I think the countervailing force here is that it's very expensive to transport cement. That's partially why it's a non-tradable good. Also, it's a hydraulic binder, so it doesn't react too well with humidity. So that kind of also limits the capacity, or it bounds it from above. So when we look even at average capacity or across space, so this is grinding capacity, and here we have integrated plants capacity. So this is the log number of firms, and on the vertical axis, it's the average plant capacity per country. You don't see that countries here with a large number of firms, so think about India, the US, that these firms are just scaling up and really able to produce at much lower costs. They don't look like the average capacity is much higher in these contexts. Okay, so this is sort of suggesting that it's not an issue of scale, that these firms are not achieving a sufficient scale. Now, our markups used to pay for fixed costs. So one way we try to get at this is using the financial accounts data from WorldScope. So we've gotten data on all firms operating in the cement industry between 2010 and 2020. And the way we look at markups is we rely on a user cost approach to measuring markups and profits. That's similar to Gutierrez and Philippon. So we define a profit margin here as 1 minus, this is the user cost of capital times capital. Here, this is the cost of goods sold, and F is the expenditure on overhead costs. And so this is the profit share of revenue that I'm showing you here. We have everything in the WorldScope data apart from the RIT here, the user cost of capital. We use 3 different measures. One is a firm-specific user cost of capital, where we take all their interest payments divided by their debts. We also get a country-specific user cost of capital when we average across firms to account for the fact that firms might be in different parts of their borrowing cycle, it's basically an average user cost of capital for these firms in a specific country. And as a third measure, we take the risk-free rate and we add 12% to account for risk and depreciation. So that's also a country-specific user cost of capital. We try to use different ways to see whether that really affects our results. It doesn't really. It shifts the capital share up and down, but it doesn't really affect our results. Okay, so this is what the shares look like. So this is the share. I'm showing you these now as shares of value added just for expositional simplicity. And you can see labor, capital, overheads, and profit. So profits are a significant share here of value added. And so it doesn't look like this is an industry where fixed costs don't leave any space for profits anymore. We can look at selected firms as well. So profit rates, for example, here we have Dangote in Nigeria that started in 2010 with a profit rate that was close to 60%. It's decreasing, coming down since then, but it's still at a fairly high level. This is for South Africa here. And so there are substantial profits to be made in this industry. We've also, I should mention that we've also estimated markups using a production function approach. We get much higher values of markups then. So we're showing these as they're more conservative measures. Now, to recap, so what we see is that market power leads to a higher price of cement. We don't see evidence that overall plant size is substantially different. Our accounting data suggests that firms make profits after paying for fixed costs. And so what we do in this final part of the paper is to ask what is the wider effect on capital. And so to quantify our results, we embed our market structure in a neoclassical model where there are end sectors. And what we do is we think about investment and consumption as distinct final goods. So we can't buy investment goods in a retail store. Cement is assumed to be only used in the construction sector, and that's part of investment. And so it combines this old two-sector idea with this recent macro misallocation literature. And we use this model to quantify the sensitivity of the steady-state capital stock to changes in markup. So we're not going to explain differences in income levels. We're going to look at how sensitive the capital stock is to changes in markups and whether there is interesting heterogeneity there. So firms use capital K, labor L, and intermediate Z. They have this production function, they produce investment goods, YI, with these three inputs. Standard preferences yield this Euler equation, and we're going to look at the steady state when D log RK is equal to D log P. So what we're going to do is approximate the impact on the steady state capital stock with this equation here. And what we have here is 1/1 minus alpha I, where this is the capital share in investment. This is a DOMA weight, cement's DOMA weight in investment, and this is a change in the markup. So this is the first order effect, and then this is the direct, so the first order direct effect, and then this is the reallocation effect, where these first three terms here capture the change in cement's weight in investment when markups change. What we're going to use as parameters is for lambda IC, we're going to use ICP expenditure shares. And then for consumption, we use data from the Global Cement Report. We use, for alpha I, we use 0.33. We've also used other measures, values from the literature for capital share in construction and capital share in machinery and equipment. And we use the weights that are coming out of the ICP data. The patterns are very robust to using different values. You can see that this will just scale up or down the impacts change in alpha I. For the elasticity of substitution, we use baseline estimates from Ryan, who looks at the cement industry, and we're going to conduct two counterfactual experiments. One is an entry of a single firm, and the second is a 10% decrease in markups. And that's basically the summary of what these counterfactual experiments look like. So this is the change in the steady state capital stock. These are the three elasticities that we look at. The top table so it shows you the percentage change from an entry of one firm, and the bottom table, a 10% decrease in markups. I'm going to show you these experiments for markets where there is at least one, where more than one firms. When we include all the monopoly markets, the impacts are larger because of this nonlinearity of the distortion. But yeah, this is, given that our model is really about an oligopoly, this is what I'm showing you here. We have in the paper, we include all the firms. So you can see that the mean impacts here are small, and we wouldn't expect changes an entry of one firm to have a large effect on the steady state capital stock. But the maximum impacts here are, for some countries, are sizable. And similarly for a 10% decrease in markups as well. So this is, in a way, this is the direct pass-through, whereas if we change, we take into account the entry of one firm, that affects mass markups first through the country's market structure, and then through the change in prices. So you can see here that most countries have small effects, but the effects are sizable for certain countries. So just looking a little bit in more detail, who are these countries with large effects? You can see again, these are often African countries where we have larger percentage changes in the steady state capital stock for an entry of one firm. And these are the countries, the reason for the fact that we see these large changes there is one is that these are countries with a very concentrated market, so a small number of firms, so an entry leads to a large effect. And the second is that the expenditure share of cement in construction expenditures is sizable. So these are the two drivers of these larger effects. And these are the effects for a 10% decrease in markups. And so while 10% might look large as a counterfactual experiment for a price change, if you think back at the price differences that we observe in the data, it's actually not so large as a counterfactual experiment, I think. And again, a lot of the countries where these effects are big are African countries. The results are very similar when we look at different values for the elasticity of substitution. So we've done this with a smaller value, this is the baseline estimate that comes out of Ryan. We've done it with a smaller value, we've done it with a larger value. If the value is below 1, we can see that increases in markups are amplified and decreases are dampened through the second order effect. So this is when we think about when we treat it as a complementary good. Okay, so as a final piece, what we've assumed so far is that there is a pass-through of cement to building costs. So this matters for capital to some extent, but I haven't really shown you that that's the case. So what we try in this final bit here is to see whether we can measure the fact that this actually matters for construction costs. And it's very difficult actually from a measurement perspective to get a price for comparable building across space. Building costs are very different. The building codes are different, building materials are different. And it's actually very, contracting wise, these infrastructure projects are complicated, so it's not easy to get a place where we could actually collect all of these costs. So we do this in 2 ways. One is using the ICP data. So the ICP, before moving to an input-based approach, we're using a basket of construction components. And so we obtained here the microdata for 2005. So this is the basket of construction components. And we've selected here components that use cement. Up from the exterior sidewalk down to cement plaster on an interior wall, and regressed the price of cement on these construction components to see whether these costs are higher when cement costs are higher. As a sort of an imperfect, somewhat ad hoc placebo, we also look at unskilled labor, skilled labor, a vibratory plate compactor, and an aggregate base. So these should not matter. And we can see that they don't matter. So it's an imperfect measure, or it's really suggestive evidence, because we can get this for the 16 or 13 ring countries that the ICP uses to link the PPPs across regions. But it does show suggestive evidence. We see this when we run a regression. Here, these are the components that use cement. These are the non-cement components. Mind it, this uses 10 countries, and here we have 14 countries. We can use the 2011 ICP cement prices as well, so we get a bit more observations here, but it's a small number of observations. A second way we can do this is look at cost per square meter. And so here we use costs from, these are leading consulting firms working in construction, and we look at different building costs, and they all correlate with cement. Here we can use country fixed effects. We can control for other costs, building type fixed effects, because we have I think 10 different types of building costs in 26 locations. So here we're able to do a little bit more. Okay, to wrap up, what we find in this paper is that there's a large price dispersion of key intermediate inputs, and these are masked in aggregate price indices. To study price differences in cement, we put together this database, a market structure, location of firms' prices, and financial accounts at a global level. We use a simple oligopoly model to quantify the effect of markup on prices. We see in the data that it's unlikely due to lack of scale. Firms' financial accounts show substantial profits after covering fixed costs. And what the quantification exercise shows is that the long-run capital stock in the poorest countries seems to be most sensitive, disproportionately sensitive to bottlenecks and these distortions in an essential sector like cement. Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Just raise your hand.
I should keep this in case we need it.
Marcel, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on my earlier question about Lafarge-Holcim. I was keeping that train of thought in my mind. So what's interesting is that so Holcim was, I think, initially in Switzerland, Lafarge is in France. So then I saw on your graph, Lafarge-Holcim had a kind of a 20% profit rate, except for 1 year when they were absorbing Lafarge. So to me so it seems to me that it talks to one of your pieces of analysis, which is to look at the read. So it's non-tradable, which basically means it cannot be transported over large distances. Because if it was about as they getting bigger across countries, they get more market power across countries. But of course, if they cannot move it, they're not physically moving cement across countries. They're just basically acquiring a big chunk of the French market when they get Lafarge. But if Lafarge was making 20% in France, they just basically make 20% on a larger value-added basis, but they don't increase their profit margin. So to me, it's a kind of a, since you have data on the firm, so basically these multinationals that operate across countries, and if you see, you could basically use that to confirm this intuition that that basically it's not market power. Market power is not driven by the size of the firm itself. It's driven by the footprint they have in a particular location.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. More, I mean, there's this whole area of what you're alluding to, multi-market contact, that we're not looking at yet here in strategic pricing, and yeah.
No, my point is very simple. It's just basically confirming your intuition that it's basically driven by the fact that cement doesn't travel. So you can acquire a dominant position in other countries, but it doesn't give you more a dominant position overall. It's an interesting insight.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I know you're trying to strengthen the paper. I guess if I was going to weaken that point, I would say that if the same players are active in multiple markets, then being larger and present in more markets might affect prices. But it's, yeah, thanks for that thought, yeah.
I guess I have a question while we're waiting. I guess I was a bit surprised at the beginning you didn't speak, I guess, more broadly about the fact that we think maybe concrete isn't an exception, but maybe the rule that many of these inputs are extremely uncompetitive in developing countries. And I wonder, I guess, you're focusing on concrete just because it was easier to compare the qualities, or you think that the I guess it's a key input, obviously, but do you think that it's less competitive than other inputs in developing countries?
So we focus on cement here because, one, it's a really essential input, and it sort of has implications for all. If you think about households and constructed floors and health environments of households, if you think of any building for a firm, so it's a really essential input. We started in an agnostic way looking at the price differences. And so that was one reason that we identified it as one of the key inputs. A second reason we focus on it is the non-tradable nature. And as you say, the homogeneity of the quality makes it also a valuable good to study as an example here. Having said this, looking at the price differences, I think many of the other ones warrant as well explorations of why they exist, especially the ones that are actually tradable goods. So why the price differences here are so large, I think would be great to understand better.
Can I ask a question? Hi, Martina.
Hi.
I wanted to ask, I don't know if it is relevant for your sample or time period, but the cement has been a sector that traditionally had lots of cartels in Germany and in other countries. So I don't know if this is relevant for you. Certainly the model that you use of oligopoly wouldn't be the relevant one if there was a cartel going on.
Yeah, this is relevant. I mean, markets, countries keep discovering these cartels. If we were to pick one at a global level, I think I would still pick an oligopoly model as the one that would be capturing more of the markets. But we should at least think a bit more about the different model and the implications of that. Yeah, I don't know, Keelan, do you want to jump in here? I think we've discussed this at the onset when we were deciding, and yeah.
Yeah, I suppose there's some work done on cartels for more where we would have richer data. I suppose the advantage of oligopoly is that we can just apply it uniformly across countries, and also with cartels, the anti-competitive nature would be only increased, you know. So we're kind of showing that markups play a role. So with cartels, that would only be enhanced.
Can I ask about the nature of the quantitative exercise? Did you use all the price variation and attribute that to markups, or only the amount of price variation that projected on the number of firms, or what?
We're using actually only the number of firms here. So we're not using the variation in prices. Yeah, so we use the oligopoly model to get the changes in markups, the first and second order changes, yeah.
Got it.
This is why we have the large effects for monopolies. Yeah.
Great. If are there any more questions? I guess we have time for one more question. Dave, did you want to do a quick goodbye to everyone?
Yeah, well, I should, because the most important thing we need to say is a thank you again to all the presenters, obviously, all the organizers, to Stanford, to the King Center for their financial support, and most importantly to Leslie Murray, who's been doing all the behind the scenes conference organizing this year, as well as in years past. So she's now got two streams of expertise, both organizing both offline events and online events, and she had to learn that on the fly, obviously, and we're all very grateful for that. So I think that's everything. Thank you everyone for coming, very grateful. And yeah, these presentations will be online, and so you can also see them again and send them to your friends and spread the word, and we look forward to seeing you in person again next year.
Thanks to you as well, Dave.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for a great conference.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks, Martina.
Martina, if you're still on, I had a sort of small question. I was just a bit confused about the instrument. My thought was that you're going to need something that's not correlated with demand, right? But isn't kind of mechanically licenses for construction correlated with demand for cement?
So yeah, Yeah, no, exactly. You're right. So we use it's the cost to obtain a construction permit in the country.
Right, but depending, the major input into construction is cement, right? So as in a country that has cheap construction permits, presumably there's more construction.
Oh,
and therefore there's more demand for cement.
Okay.
And then, we think generically the markup's going to depend partially on demand outside of a knife edge case.
Yeah, I don't think we've thought it's a good point. We should show some. I doubt that it will matter. It will be so sensitive because it really captures sort of this institutional difficulty of getting something done in these countries. That
it seems like, and if there's some way to have a measure of demand, and then you have two instruments, one of these business permits and one something else, and then all you need is that one of them differentially affects entry and the other one differentially affects demand, and then you might be okay. But you need then a explicit control for demand or something, which you're then instrumenting.
Yeah. I mean, we do have, I guess, from national accounts data, we could get a sense of overall, share of construction and value added, or.
Anyway, that was just
sorry, you don't have to stop talking. I don't know what just happened.
Oh no, I just stopped the live streaming because I thought us getting into the weeds about the paper didn't need to go on the internet. Although maybe I didn't stop the live streaming. I don't know what I did.
Don't worry. It'll be edited.
Anyway, that was just that was just a thought. The other thing in response